Oh, what the fuck, man? These motherfuckers, I ran through 16 fucking bots. None of them turned around. I'm in a fucking alley, dude. These two motherfuckers just run right in there when they fucking spawn. How the fuck they even know I was there?
Take this ammo. Let's go upstairs.
What the fuck? This dude just got a headshot with a fucking sniper rifle when I'm running at point blank range. Yo, they're coming up behind you guys on the right side by the cars.
We are moving on objective Alpha.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. Fucking bullshit ass cheaters, man. I mean, go play fucking Red Sec or go to your fucking Battle Royale. Don't fuck up the casual play. Motherfucker.
I'm hit! Let's go! Let's go!
Here's some ammo for you. Got ammo for you.
Hostiles all over the place!
We are suffering troop casualties.
Yo, man.
We're gonna make it!
You gotta shoot the ones on the fucking left to get to the right. No fucking grenades over there.
Stay with me!
Man, stop going up on the fucking hill. Use cover. What the fuck is wrong with these bots? There you go. Die again, bitch. Die again.
Hostiles out!
Oh my god. Looking for them right there.
I'm here.
Yeah, you fucking corner peeking little bitch.
Fuck! Medic!
Here they come. All three on the fucking left, reviving their guys.
Medic!
I got you. Run down. Let's move. Let's go.
Let's move!
Yeah, we fucking lost this. Look at this shit, dude. He's laying right there next to y'all. Right fucking next to y'all.
Need a medic!
Yeah, the whole fucking team just spawned under the covered garage. the fuck, dude? Yeah, such a team fucking player.
Come on! Let's go! Let's move! Grenade! Come on, out!
We have neutralized Alpha.
Get me out! Come on!
Look at them motherfuckers. Boy, they brave.
Medic!
He's right there.
Medic!
Still behind this barricade.
Let's go!
Advance the next sector and secure the territory. Come on. Objective marked. Support the attack. Our forces have been weakened.
Why do y'all run through the fucking choke point? Why run through a fucking choke point when you can run all the way around behind the cover on the fucking mountain and come around behind them? I'll never understand that. Unless every one of y'all sniping. Fuck it, I'll just snipe too. Fuck. Well, y'all ain't lasting very long. Knocking at the wrong motherfucker, bitch.
Strength down to 50%.
Oh, they pulled out a fucking tank to get
Fuck!
me.
Need a medic!
Motherfuckers. Thank you, bot. You got any ammo?
Need some ammo!
Got any ammo, dude?
Who can spare some rounds? Need fucking ammo!
That's what I'm talking about. I thought I just seen him drop a bag. He fucking took it with him. Dirty bastard. I know this motherfucker's hitting me from over there. I can't fucking see him. I can see you, bitch, yeah.
Our troops have taken the sector.
Commence sweep for remaining targets. All units, advance! Take final sector and the battery towers.
You have an attack order sent.
We have initiated our attack on Alpha.
Objective Alpha has been neutralized.
All right, we've captured Alpha.
Attention, we're targeting Charlie.
Yeah, they got a fucking tank over there. Nobody wants to shoot at.
Be advised, troop numbers have fallen.
can't even repair that piece of shit.
Fuck, medic! You had my
Okay.
back. All right.
Fuck, I'm hurt so fucking bad. This goddamn sniper rifle trying to play like this. Oh, fuck.
We're in a strong position. Stay in control and secure the fight.
You know. Oh, why did I hit the fucking glass again?
Move to attack the marked objective. Be advised, we are fighting at half strength.
Come on, motherfucker, you want to play? Need me to stop moving so you can fucking hit me?
Our troops have neutralized objective Charlie.
I'll play fucking peekaboo, motherfucker. Snipe my ass. Missed one going behind the fucking building.
Our troops have neutralized Alpha.
God, that fucking hurt. That should have counted as fucking too. That shouldn't have
Be
fucking
advised,
hit.
hostile attack confirmed on Alpha.
How the fuck is there something invisible
Be
there?
advised, our forces are heavily
That's
depleted.
fucking bullshit.
Fuck! Need a medic!
Oh, these motherfuckers.
I'm fucking hit! I need a medic!
We have lost control of Bravo.
We got 38 people left. Huh.
Our troops have secured Alpha. Be advised, we have 12 soldiers left.
Let's move!
We have neutralized Charlie.
We need attack support on the right objective.
Enemy hit!
Gotta take it, guys.
We're attacking objective Bravo.
Here's some ammo for you!
Be advised, hostile attack.
Oh, we're losing C.
We need defensive support on the marked objective.
Dude, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Ah, need a medic! Need a medic!
Our troops
They
have
are
lost
all
objective
on
Charlie.
fucking C, man. Oh well. Yeah. Of course it was easy, you spoon bill. It's half the fucking lobby's thoughts.
All call signs. Hostiles are trying to capture our territory. Hold position and deplete their forces.
Fuck, dude. If you need to get your shotgun kills, get them.
Enemy tank!
Got spare ammo.
The enemy is attacking Alpha.
Go ahead, dude. Snipe away. Shoot him. I got you.
Hey!
Back. Oh, you good? Go ahead.
We have lost Alpha.
Make sure we got ammo packs down.
Hostile now hold objective Alpha.
Our attack's working. Enemy numbers are down.
Cover me!
Enemies are attacking objective Bravo.
I'm all watch, bitches.
We've reestablished objective control. Hostile force down by at least 50%. Don't let up.
Frag out!
Oh, fuck.
Don't move up! Got spare!
God, that fucking hurt. Motherfucker.
I'm bleeding out!
He's on my body. He's watching my body. Two of them.
I'm going to make... Hold on!
They went to the back courtyard. Oh, there he is. Fuck me. He's right in the doorway. There's three of them to the left in the corner. Four of them. Left in the corner.
I'm bleeding
Nice, nice. Beautiful. Let them burn. Oh, my beacon's still up, by the way. Go for it. Shotty his ass. Oh shit. God damn, I couldn't make it through all them motherfuckers. I got two real ones out of it. Motherfuckers.
Hostiles are inbound. Hold them here and defend the sector.
Up. I fucking died. I got tank. They got tank.
Position needed on the marked objective. Hostiles are attacking objective Alpha. Keep going. We've lost control of objective
Motherfucker, come on. We got to get the real players in order to get the fucking tank.
Enemies swarming all around.
I want that fucking tank.
Enemy machine gun!
Here, I'll mark
Enemy
them for you.
contact in
Go
my
ahead and
AO.
shoot them.
This is our objective.
Hostile machine gun in sight!
We have secured Alpha.
Frag out!
Get a rocket on it.
I got another tank. Yeah?
We need defensive support on the marked objective.
Come on, man. You fucking prick.
I need a fucking medic!
The enemy is attacking Alpha.
I just want to get my tank killed with my torch.
I'm hit!
Be advised, we've lost Alpha.
Oh well. We lost that? That tank's gotta go.
Hostiles are inbound. Hold them here and defend the sector.
You gotta start shooting, buddy. These fucking players, man.
We need to rally defense on the marked objective.
Dude, you don't see me down? That's where they're coming from. Fucking players.
Be advised, Alpha is under attack. We have lost Alpha.
Oh, god damn! That fucking hits hard.
Drive back!
Nice fucking grenade, dude.
Our forces have neutralized Alpha.
I got you. Oh.
I got you.
Need a medic!
Be a good spot for that shotgun.
Fuck! Medic!
Our attack's working. Enemy numbers are down.
We have secured Alpha.
Need a medic!
Marked objective under threat. Let's defend the position. We've lost objective Bravo. Bravo's under enemy control.
Yeah. Fucking bitch. Laying on his fucking back in the corner. Good old teammate.
I got you!
Oh, what? Motherfucker don't reload as fast.
Our attack on Bravo is underway.
They're on the tow missile.
We got enemies in our AO!
God damn it. Shoot that oh, fuck. How'd he fucking kill you before he killed me?
Half strength. Keep taking your shots.
I'm fucking hit! I'm bleeding out! Medic!
Shortest lived fucking tank ever.
We eliminated most of their troops. Good work. Marked objective under threat. Let's defend the position.
Cool, dude chased me up in the fucking room. Went trying to knife me. You should have seen me bobbing and weaving. I'm fucking hurt. Here he comes again.
We've lost control of objective Alpha.
There he is.
Finish him. All forces are hitting Alpha.
No ammo. Come on, man.
You don't eat carrots, do you? You got one. Where you going? Get the fucking hair, boss. It's right here. Better eat your carrots.
The message arrived on a Tuesday morning, transmitted across 47 light-years of space in a language Earth's computers had never seen before. The transport shuttle shook as it approached the massive space station. Jake Morrison gripped his duffel bag and looked out the small window at Zenith 7. The station was huge, bigger than anything he had seen back on Earth. It spun slowly in the darkness of space, its metal surface covered with lights and docking ports. This was the Galactic Military Academy, the most famous training center in known space. Jake was 22 years old, fresh from Earth's military program. He had brown hair, green eyes, and a build that was average by human standards. Nothing about him looked special. He was not tall.
Announcing Steam hardware. This came out like an hour ago, right? It came out an hour ago. People are going crazy about this. So Steam controller, Steam machine, Steam frame. Watch our jazzy announcement video and wish list here, all right? And do you remember what I said before about how I wanted to, I wanted to have Star Forge make a black box that didn't have any lights in it. There were no frills. There was nothing. It was just a black box that you could buy, and it would play video games. A big black box. Yes, exactly. And what we have here is a box. Hey, everyone. This is Steam Deck. Okay. Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming piece. I have this that lets you take your Steam library with you anywhere. We're pretty proud of it. People who own Steam Decks have been playing everywhere, and we couldn't be happier with the response we've heard from all of you. We're excited to talk about the future of Steam Deck, but not today. Because fuck you, bitch. This isn't a video about the future of Steam Deck. This is a video about the future of Steam hardware. Today, we're announcing 3 new members of the Steam hardware lineup, all connecting to what a big deal. They're just like, yeah, by the way, we're going to bring this out. Yeah, there's like 3 new things. Yeah, it's coming out right now.
Reach Garrett.
Powerful PC gaming. All are optimized for gaming with Steam, and all are shipping in early 2026. Let's start with this one. Okay. The controller. Okay, so yeah, I've seen these before. This looks like an Xbox. This is like a fat Xbox controller. It's like an Xbox controller with 2 beer bellies. The new Steam controller puts all of your Steam games at your fingertips, so you can play wherever and however you want. Just like with Steam Deck, you want to be able to play any game with your Steam controller. Great. The game's never built with a controller. It has all the great features from Steam Deck, like trackpads, gyro, and backlight. Wow, all in a comfortable form factor. Its next-generation magnetic thumbsticks let you play with improved responsiveness and longevity. We've put capacitive touch sensors on the thumbsticks and now on the back of the controller too, so you can enable precision gyro gaming with a touch of your thumb or your pinky if you're feeling fancy. Play for way too long with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that allows for over 35 hours of playtime. That's crazy. 35 hours for a fucking controller? Wow. For Steam controller, we want to make charging and wireless pairing something that's actually easy. That's why we created the Pug. The Pug is a combination wireless adapter and magnetic charger included with every Steam controller. Snap it on to charge. Damn, so you don't even need to plug that shit in. It just connects like a Lego. Oh, wow. This looks good. Once you're charged up, that's sick. Yeah, it's awesome. You can play over Bluetooth or a wired connection too. The new Steam controller works with any device running Steam or Steam, whether it's a PC, Mac, handheld, smartphone, Steam Deck, or the new Steam machine. So it just works with everything. That's awesome. Oh, this is the new Steam machine. Oh, damn. Oh shit. Steam machine this thing is small too. Look at it. Powerful gaming. Yes, it's a small but mighty package. Oh yeah. Designed for your games on the big panel on it. It's quiet too, which is crazy, since it's 6 times more powerful than a Steam Deck. What? What? Powered by a discrete, semi-custom AMD GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with Epic. What the fuck? AMD GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR. Steam. Oh my god! Machine runs SteamOS, made for a bigger screen, built for gaming in your living room, your office, or wherever you play, with the rest of your PC accessories. Steam Machine borrows some great features from Steam Deck, like lightning-fast sleep and wake, an SD card slot to easily expand your storage, and brings some new tricks of its own, like a customizable LED screen, which can show different system functionalities, or your online show.
That's
Steam
cool.
Machine is a PC, so run whatever software.
So it's actually just literally, okay, it's just a PC. So they just, it literally, they turned the GameCube into a computer. Look at it. There it is.
And it works with all your favorite desktop and gaming accessories.
I want to see what this
Steam Machine is designed to work hand in hand with the Steam controller. The low latency, wireless connectivity of the Steam controller is built right in. And it's great for streaming your games to your phone, tablet, laptop, Steam Deck, or Steam Frame.
Damn. Oh, so it can run the game and then you can play it remotely? Holy fuck, man. I feel like this is like, that's actually kind of crazy. I mean, like, wow.
Yep. This is Steam Frame.
Oh, what's that? What is it? Ooh. What is this? The goggles? Oh,
Steam Frame is Valve's next generation VR hardware. Stream all your Steam games.
Wake me up when we have Sword Art Online.
VR and non-VR alike to this comfortable, lightweight, wireless VR headset. Steam Frame uses camera-based tracking, so getting into your games is as easy as slipping on the headset and waking it up. Steam Frame controllers, included with the headset, are designed with all the inputs you need for your VR titles, like motion controls and capacitive tracking for all your fingers, as well as a split gamepad layout to work with your whole Steam library. They even feature the same magnetic thumbsticks as Steam controls for responsiveness and longevity. Steam Frame also pairs seamlessly with the new Steam controller. Great companion for playing non-VR games in the headset.
Oh, what the fuck? So you can just sit there and play it. Damn. So I guess if you walk out from the, you walk out on the porch, Nancy's just sitting here looking at fucking nothing, and she's like, and you're like, hey, bitch. I thought you were gonna cook dinner.
To make sure streaming is smooth and stable no matter what, Steam Frame includes a wireless adapter that lets you stream your games from your PC to your headset over a fast and dedicated Wi-Fi
That's
system.
badass.
And the game is streamed to your frame, optimized for VR.
Bro, like, I'm like kind of glad my mom was in here to see this, because she'd be like, "Oh, so you're gonna be getting Wi-Fi directly into your head?" Yeah, I knew it. That's how they get you.
Using new technology that allows for the highest resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking. And Steam Frame is a PC. Runs SteamOS. In addition to streaming, you can install and play a bunch of VR and non-VR games right in the headset without a host PC.
Yeah.
You can also expand your onboard storage to fit even more games with a micro SD card.
Well, how much? I guess I'll look.
Steam controller, Steam Machine, and Steam.
How much? How much?
All built with the same DNA as Steam.
How much?
All powered by Steam.
How
Work
much?
together. It can be used however you want.
How much?
With whatever peripherals and accessories.
How much?
Everything you see here is the culmination of what we've learned from our
$10,000.
and what we wanted ourselves to
That's
be.
it?
Powerful PC gaming in an open ecosystem.
Exactly, bro. Well, listen to that again.
Gamers. Powerful PC gaming in an open ecosystem.
There it is. There it is. That's all we want. That's it. That's all I want. Thank God. Who would have known the business strategy of doing things that the customers want you to do actually works pretty well?
Gives you more ways to enjoy the game
Yeah.
you love. And discover new ones.
What?
Steam controller, Steam
Why?
Machine, and
Let's
Steam
do that.
are all shipping in
What?
June of 2026.
Oh, wow.
Learn more at steampowered.com/hardware.
All right. Well, we're gonna buy one of these. I guess so. What I'll do is I'll have to get my switcher set up, and then I can put it onto this, and then I can stream off of it. This should be super easy for me to do. I'll pre-order one myself. I'll pre-order one of each. I'll even get the VR goggles, but I'm probably not going to use those. How much? I don't know. Who cares? I'm just going to write off my taxes. Oh, I got a letter from the IRS yesterday. They said I owe them $2,000. Sorry. I owe them $20,000. Yeah. Apparently, I didn't give them enough. So how about that, huh? The fuck? That's it? That's to zero? I don't know how it happened. Man. That looks really fucking nice.
Rush hour at Megamart supermarket. Bright lights, crowded aisles. Vivian Cross, young beautiful CEO in a red business dress, was selecting wine when suddenly two men pressed close. One pressed a small knife against her side. Don't move or she gets hurt. Customers panicked. Some screamed. Security hadn't reacted yet. At the nearby aisle, Noah Cole, 35, single dad, quietly squeezed his 8-year-old daughter Lily's hand. He twisted the red cord bracelet on his wrist, his voice cutting calmly through the chaos. You just picked the wrong father and daughter to threaten.
She hadn't uttered a single word since boarding, not to anyone. Complete silence from departure to catastrophe. But when the aircraft began plummeting and military jets appeared beside them, she finally spoke. Her voice made the fighter pilots stop breathing. What they heard was impossible. Before you watch, kindly make sure you're subscribed with notifications on, and drop a comment telling me which city you're watching from. The Boeing 737 departed from Gate C-14 at Washington, Dulles International Airport at exactly 6:47 p.m. on a Friday evening destined for San Diego. Flight 2847 carrying 163 souls. Seated in 12A was a woman who would capture no one's attention. Late 30s, ordinary jeans, simple gray sweater, dark hair, and a basic ponytail. Nothing about her face would lodge in anyone's memory. From her first step onto the aircraft, she maintained absolute silence. Flight attendant Maria Torres noticed her during boarding, but only the way you'd notice furniture. The woman had handed over her boarding pass wordlessly, moved down the aisle in complete quiet, and when Maria offered her standard cheerful greeting, the passenger simply nodded once before sliding into her window seat. No smile, no returned pleasantry. Just that single acknowledgement. Maria had worked for the airline 8 years and seen countless passengers. This woman registered as just another exhausted traveler seeking solitude. As boarding continued, the gentleman in 12B, a talkative sales rep named Marcus, tried his hand at conversation while settling into the middle seat. Heading home or heading out? He asked with practiced friendliness. The woman turned her head slightly toward him, made brief eye contact, and gave the smallest head shake before returning her gaze to the window. Marcus attempted again. Business or pleasure? Again, no words. Just another minimal head movement. He understood the message and pulled out his tablet, leaving her be. But what no one realized was that this silent woman was conducting a constant tactical assessment of everything around her. She sat perfectly, motionless as the cabin filled, hands resting loosely in her lap, breathing slow and measured. She didn't fidget, didn't check her phone, didn't read anything. She simply sat, watching the ground crews with eyes that tracked every movement with unusual precision, though nobody was observing her closely enough to notice this intensity. When Maria came through offering pre-flight beverages, she paused at row 12. "Can I get you anything to drink?" The woman looked up, held eye contact for exactly 1 second, and shook her head once. Maria smiled and continued down the aisle, already forgetting the interaction. During the safety demonstration, the woman didn't watch, didn't reach for the safety card, showed no indication of paying attention whatsoever. She was becoming invisible through her absolute silence and stillness, exactly as she intended. The engines powered up and the 737 rolled toward the runway. Inside the cabin, the familiar sounds filled the space. Overhead bins settling, seatbelts clicking, quiet conversations murmuring. The woman in 12A contributed nothing to this symphony of normal flight preparation. She remained motionless as the aircraft accelerated down the runway, as the nose lifted skyward, as the ground dropped away beneath them. Her hands stayed relaxed, her breathing unchanged, her expression perfectly neutral. Marcus glanced at her once during the climb and concluded, she must be a frequent flyer who found flying boring. If only he knew what was really happening behind those calm eyes as flight. 2847 climbed through 10,000 feet and banked westward. Captain James Carter and First Officer Rachel Bennett ran through their post-takeoff procedures with practiced efficiency. Carter had logged 23 years with the airline, over 15,000 flight hours. Bennett had 8 years of airline experience, plus a military background flying C-130 cargo aircraft. They settled into the flight's rhythm, monitoring systems, communicating with air traffic control. Neither had any reason to think about the passengers behind them. Certainly no reason to think about the silent woman in 12A. The flight fell into comfortable routine. Maria and her fellow flight attendants began their service, rolling carts down the aisles. When Maria reached row 12, she asked again about drinks. The woman pointed at a water bottle and held up one finger. Maria handed it to her. The woman nodded once in thanks and returned her attention to the window. No words, no smile, no engagement beyond the bare minimum necessary. By the time Maria reached row 13, she'd already forgotten the woman existed. Marcus made one more attempt at conversation about an hour into the flight. "Pretty clouds," he commented, gesturing toward the window where the setting sun painted the sky in shades of orange and pink. The woman in 12A didn't respond at all this time. Didn't even turn her head. Marcus sighed and returned to his tablet. The passenger in 12C, a college student named Sophie, decided the woman must be dealing with something difficult, maybe a death in the family. Sophie made a mental note not to bother her. Everyone around the woman had constructed explanations for behavior that concealed something none of them could possibly imagine. What they didn't know was that the woman in 12A had been listening to every sound, cataloging every vibration, monitoring every subtle change in engine pitch throughout the entire flight. She had evaluated the crew's competence, assessed potential threats among passengers, tracked the weather through the windows. She'd listened to fragments of air traffic control communications bleeding through during announcements, parsing call signs with automatic fluency. And she'd done all this while appearing to do absolutely nothing at all, a skill that had kept her alive through 11 combat deployments. Her name was Colonel Amanda Phantom Reeves, though no one on the flight knew it. She was arguably the most decorated fighter pilot in United States Air Force history, though that history remained largely classified. She had 17 confirmed kills across her combat tours, had commanded the most elite fighter squadron in the Air Force, and served as tactical advisor on operations with names no civilian would ever hear. Her call sign, Phantom, was spoken with reverence in fighter pilot communities worldwide. Her voice, captured in countless training recordings, was as recognizable to military aviators as any celebrities would be to the general public. But here, on a commercial flight in civilian clothes, choosing absolute silence, she was nobody at all. She had chosen silence deliberately. After 20 years of constant radio chatter and command responsibilities, she'd discovered that the only way she could travel commercially without being recognized was to say nothing. Her voice gave her away instantly to anyone with military aviation experience. So on the rare occasions when she traveled as a civilian, she stayed completely silent. It was easier than being recognized than spending the flight answering questions or being thanked for her service by people who had no idea what that service actually entailed. She just wanted to be no one for a few hours. But at 8:43 p.m., cruising over western Colorado, everything was about to change. Captain Carter noticed a subtle fluctuation in the number 2 engine parameters. He glanced at Bennett and she nodded, already pulling up the engine display on her screen. The fluctuations continued, irregular and deeply concerning. Within 90 seconds, they became more pronounced. The engine's exhaust gas temperature climbed into the amber range, approaching red. Oil pressure dropped steadily. Carter made his decision quickly. "We're shutting it down," he said. Bennett nodded, already reaching for the fuel control lever. They executed the engine shutdown checklist with professional precision. Declare an emergency, Carter told Bennett. Denver Center, United 2847 is declaring an emergency. We've shut down our number 2 engine due to abnormal indications and are requesting priority handling for immediate diversion. Her voice was calm and professional. In the cabin, passengers heard nothing yet, just a subtle change in engine sound that most didn't notice. The woman in 12A noticed immediately. She had heard thousands of engine shutdowns in her career, and she knew that sound intimately. One engine had gone quiet. Her body tensed almost imperceptibly, years of combat instinct bringing her to higher alert. Denver Center responded quickly. United 2847, roger your emergency. Nearest suitable airport is Colorado Springs, bearing 18043 miles. Descend and maintain flight level 240. Carter picked up the PA microphone. Folks, this is Captain Carter. You may have noticed a change in the engine sound. We've had an issue with one of our engines and have shut it down as a precaution. This aircraft is designed to fly safely on one engine, and we're in no danger. But we're diverting into Colorado Springs. We should be on the ground in about 15 minutes. His voice was reassuring, confident. In the cabin, worried murmurs rippled through the passengers, but no panic emerged. Then multiple warning lights illuminated simultaneously on the flight deck. Master caution, hydraulic pressure warning, flight control advisory. Bennett's voice lost some of its calm. We're losing hydraulic pressure in System A. System B is showing fluctuations. Carter immediately felt the difference in the controls. They required more force. The aircraft was responding more sluggishly. How bad? He asked. Bennett scanned the displays rapidly. System A is down to 30% and dropping. System B is fluctuating between 60 and 40%. Carter's jaw tightened. Multiple hydraulic failures were the nightmare scenario. He tested the controls carefully. They still had control, but it was degraded and deteriorating rapidly. Get me the emergency checklist for multiple hydraulic failure, he told Bennett. As she began reading procedures, Carter made another call. Denver Center, United 2847, additional emergency. We're experiencing multiple hydraulic system failures in conjunction with our engine shutdown. We need immediate priority and emergency equipment standing by. There was a pause on the radio. The controller's voice came back higher-pitched, with an undertone of genuine concern. United 2847, roger. Understand multiple hydraulic failures. Colorado Springs is clearing all traffic. Emergency equipment will be standing by. In the cabin, passengers were beginning to understand this wasn't routine. The flight attendants' faces showed visible strain. Marcus had gone pale, gripping his armrests. Sophie was crying quietly. All around, people were praying, texting loved ones, holding hands with strangers. The woman in 12A sat motionless, but her eyes tracked everything. She could feel the aircraft's degraded controls through the unusual way it was moving through the air. She knew exactly what was happening in the cockpit without being told. Multiple hydraulic failures on a transport aircraft. The pilots were fighting for everyone's lives, and there was nothing she could do. She was just a passenger. Captain Carter was discovering the full extent of their problem. As he configured for landing and began extending the flaps, he encountered unexpected resistance. Flaps are asymmetric, Bennett reported tensely. 10 degrees on the left, 5 on the right. Carter immediately stopped the extension. Asymmetric flaps could cause uncontrollable rolling. That meant they'd be landing much faster than normal, with minimal lift augmentation, on a single engine with degraded controls. The mathematics of survival were becoming increasingly unfavorable. Tell. Approach, we need the longest runway, and we're coming in fast, he said. Then Denver Center's voice carried. Unmistakable urgency. United 2847, be advised we have a report of smoke coming from your aircraft. Visual report of smoke trail. Say your intentions. Carter and Bennett looked at each other, understanding they were no longer dealing with a controllable emergency. Smoke meant fire. Fire meant chaos. Carter keyed the radio. His voice controlled, but with steel running through it. Sent.
Let's lose. Let's find out. Let's lose. This is not a fight. This is not some ritual scheme. This is something you've never heard of before. There's no charge, no credit card required. Before you go there, here's what you need to know. If you come to a grenade and take consistent action, you qualify. I don't care if you've struggled. I don't care if you've tried things in the past and failed. Everything's here. But just go, just take that to an ordinary person. It's between
If there's anything more valuable than gold, it's corn silk. These silks, even at Rs 1,000 per kilo, would be incredibly cheap because its benefits are countless. These silks break kidney stones, crushing them and flushing them out through urine like a hammer shatters stone. Toxins exit from stomach and liver like water from a tap. Drinking this in the morning eliminates all stomach inflammation and gas. It cleans your kidneys like new dishes. Weight loss speed doubles, and it prevents recurring stone formation. Just use it correctly. For this, take a glass of water, add a handful of corn silk, a teaspoon of lemon juice, 1 teaspoon of black pepper powder, and salt to taste. Boil until reduced by half, and strain and drink on empty stomach morning and before dinner. If troubled by stones, don't waste money on expensive medications. This will be your time.
Your bank, whether it's national or regional, they hope you never find this out. Want to protect your wealth tax-free? If you're between 30 and 70, you can get a real large life insurance policy. Basically nothing like a really good amount. For around $12 a month, people are snapping on 6-figure policies. These policies are working right now, but with the upcoming changes, it probably isn't going to last long. Save your so maybe I say peace. So, it's partners with people. This was one of the pieces of yeah.
Do you know your heart is originating with heart in the shape of the chest and the seven-sided shape, where all the surface areas are the same, like placing a chestahedron in a box that sits at an angle of 36 degrees off center. This is the same angle which the heart sits in the chest, and that's why it's called the chestahedron. Placing a chestahedron in water creates a vortex, and your heart tissues is in a vortex spiral. Your heart is actually also wrapped in a spiraling vortex vortex because your heart is a vortex energy generator. Blood enters the heart and creates a vortex spiral inside the heart. The heart turns water in the blood into plasma in the fourth state of water, which they'll never tell you about. Plasma makes up approximately 55% of it. Earth is electromagnetic. The reason why a heart rearranged to Earth is because the heart takes the electromagnetic energy of the Earth and turns this into plasma in the blood to move as a blood. The heart is directly connected to the universe, to the earth.
On and out highway, $2,300 for $40 is too. You end up with a mixture that's antiviral, antibacterial, and great for consumer. This is the Mac 16. It's always all the laptop is in-house. It's brand new architects and technology with a self-clean brand, which automatically changes directions in your internals to make it become still. It's also the first one company uses liquid metal, liquid hybrid material, and prime compound. It's been added to the CPU and GPU to increase longevity, increase viscosity. It also makes it softer than unlocks even as well. It's the stock fraud ran 1,800%. And I called it last night, letting everyone know in the buy-in. If you want to do this, I ended up being for 1,800%. $1 to $1,800, and that's $1,000 if you want for that green. And as you can see, I called that fraud last night, 7:40 p.m. That's a big day. And if you would have got it, you would have been 96. It would have been an absolute agony, just regular $5 absolutely insane. So, if you guys missed this paper, do not miss the next thing. If I look at for chat text stock average, it's a Kansas opportunity between. Tastes like shit. It's a lot better today. Last night, my wife made this. always feel exhausted? Listen up. You think it's just flu season. You think you just have a weak immune system. Wake up. Listen. You got worms living in your intestines right now. Thousands of them. Their babies are
Center, United 2847. We are not receiving fire warnings in the cockpit, but we are commencing
So every time you get sick, it's not just the cold. It's parasites releasing toxins that weaken you so they can multiply. They're eating your food, shitting in your bloodstream, crawling through your organs. That flu is actually the body trying to fight off their poison. Those allergies are parasite waste inflaming your sinuses. That fatigue is them stealing your nutrients while you sleep. And every antibiotic you take just kills more good bacteria, making more parasites in the brain. You're not sick, you're infested. Civilian is the only oil of oregano strong enough to melt these fuckers from the inside out. 85% carbachol concentration, the world's most powerful anti-parasitic compound, plus black seed oil, and just one soft gel. It dissolves any parasites protecting COVID and flushes out their corpses. Egg, larvae, adults, it doesn't matter. Resilient gets rid of them all. I was sick 13 times in 2023. Started Resilient, past visible worms. Haven't been sick once since. Every day you wake your leg more eggs, growing bigger. It's 4 in the morning. All for crying out loud. It's 4 in the morning. Are you completely insane? Very nice.
You might get annoyed by this, but unfortunately it's true. Hold up. If politicians can use their privilege to make money in the market, shouldn't we? I found our answer. I've been subscribing to this free newsletter that pumps out AI-generated option trades and sends them right to your phone. Here's the performance in 2024. I know, you've got to see it to believe it. Luckily, it's absolutely free. When I joined, there weren't a ton of people. Now there are over 150,000 of us. You'll see why. Just follow the link, put in your phone number and info, and you'll start receiving.
Marines, the only people who develop anxiety over being late, knee problems before they're 30, and an inability to sit in a restaurant without facing the door. They enlist and sign a contract that guarantees exhaustion, separation from home, and the knowledge that hydrate is both advice and a threat. Their day starts before the sun and ends when someone in charge finally runs out of ways to make them miserable. Marines have perfected the art of hurry up and wait, and because of that, they've mastered the art of looking busy while waiting for someone who's waiting on someone else. They're sent off fresh-faced kids, and what comes back is a human multi-tool who eats in under 60 seconds, refers to their best friends by last name only, and have a strong hatred for civilians who walk too slow. They sacrifice time with their families so we can live peacefully with ours.
Right, Kmart one night, I got the lecture on trying to be good, and then I seen a guy looking at a rifle, so I started goofing. Give me the gun. Give me the gun, Herb. The doctor said you're not supposed to touch weapons since you've been out of the hospital. He'll get me the gun. He's the gun on Herb, and I'm like, no. I looked at the sales guy and went, hello. It's my wife. Christmas Eve and Christmas Susan hits you
Hey, union members, did you know we can qualify for...
Can you hear me? I'm tired of acting like I'm fine, but every single day feels like I'm drowning inside my own damn mind.
I'm begging you. This is 1,056 square feet. This is a large hotel. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, turnkey, ready.
take the two pieces and put them together. Buying cars from shipping nationwide, anywhere in the United States. It's anywhere in the United States. And this cabin here with a two-bedroom is $79,000, and the three-bedroom, which is what I'm bringing right now, is $104,000. Okay, the biggest we can do is a three-bed, two-bath. We can do a four-bed, one-bath as well. So we can do a four-bed, one-bath. We don't sell too many four-bed, one-baths, but we can do a four-bed, one-bath, which would be $135,000.
Oh my goodness. Don't you scroll. Because you've been praying for this. The video you're about to see is going to open your eyes to why they don't want you listening to me, to why they don't want you watching my page. It's not only me speaking about it now. Nature doctors around the world are telling you what I've been telling you is trouble time. The FDA has been praying. You don't see this anymore.
Tens of thousands of injuries, everything from hearing diabetes, I see that.
He did.
I looked around and I didn't see him. And was John still here? Oh, actually, I got the car. Oh, I guess you're still right. Yeah, I just started right. Well, why don't you take care of me then? I normally deal with John, but I don't have any problem dealing with you. I normally buy a truck every 6 months. This is how we do it. We put my payment off 90 days. I think you guys have a payment. Yeah, we still have a payment. That's 90 days in first due. And then, of course, John gives me a great deal. And once in a while, so the payment off 90 days. Then what I'm also going to do is my monthly payment. Take 3 of those. And if you find it steady, you cut me back a check that'll pay for 3 months worth of payments. Cut me back that check. And what I'm going to do is 90 days, 3 months worth of payments. It gets me up to 6 months. I'll trade the truck in around. That way, I buy a new truck every 6 months. There's 2 sales a year for me. And I never have. So you're just never making a payment. Yeah. That's a fine experience. Works. Yeah, let's go. All right, let's go. Anybody? Hey, how you doing? I was just around. I didn't see you.
Get the fuck out of
Oh,
here.
actually, I know. Really? Well, I guess you're still here, right? Yeah, I just started. All right, well, why don't you take care of me then? I normally deal with John, but I don't have any problem dealing with you. I normally buy a truck every 6 months. This is how we do it. We put my payment off 90 days. I think you guys have a payment. Yeah, we still have a payment. That's 90 days in first due. Okay. And then, of course, John gives me a great deal. And so the payment off 90 days. Then what I'm also going to do.
Commencing immediate emergency descent. Request.
Cut me back that check. They'll pay for 3 months worth of payments. Cut me back that check. And what I'm going to do is 90 days, 3 months worth of payments. That gets me out to 6 months. I'll trade the truck in around. That way, I buy a new truck every 6 months. That's 2 sales a year for you. And I never have. We're going to make a payment. So you're just never making a payment. Yeah. That's a fine experience. Of course. Yeah. Let's go. All right. Thank you. Anybody? Hey.
Yo, James, before everyone gets their $2,000 stimulus check, what are the top three coins they should be buying?
First one's going to be XRP once it integrates to the ISO 220. On November 22nd, the price point of XRP is going to skyrocket. The second one is going to be XVM, with the price of gold and silver fluctuating, with XVM being the number one RWA project that ever existed. It's going to tokenize those assets and the on-chain to make it easier to move around the world. The third and last one is going to be Mastercard. This is the number one melodic crypto that is built on Solana's ecosystem. Once it's integrated with NVIDIA, it's going to be verified.
Yo, James, before everyone gets their $2,000 stimulus check, what are the top three coins they should be buying?
First one's going to be
Gets their $2,000 stimulus check, what are the top three coins?
fluctuating, with XVM being the number one RWA project that never existed. It's going to tokenize those assets and move them on-chain to make it easier to move around the world. The third and last one is going to be Mastercard. This is the number one melodic crypto that is built on Solana's ecosystem. Once it's integrated with NVIDIA, it's going to be verified.
Yo, James, before everyone gets their $2,000 stimulus check,
Is Masterbot.
Masterbot is a Web3 platform that uses simulations to train AI neural bots. Users participate with the $BOT token, predicting AI strategy winners daily. They can earn and stake the token for rewards.
if this whole dream of yours doesn't work out? That's even enter my consciousness. What do you plan to do if this whole dream of yours doesn't work out? That's even enter my consciousness. What do you plan to do if this whole dream of yours doesn't work out? That's even enter my consciousness. What do you plan to do if this whole dream of yours doesn't work out? That's even enter my consciousness. What do you plan to do if this whole dream of yours doesn't work out? That's even enter my consciousness. What do you plan to do if this whole dream of yours doesn't work out? That's even enter my consciousness. What do you plan to do if this whole dream of yours doesn't work out? That's even enter my consciousness. What do you plan to do if this whole dream of yours doesn't work out? Get ready for me while I rinse out my nose.
Did you know that almost 90% of people have no idea about this powerful combination? Take 5 almonds, 5 cashews, 5 walnuts.
How to spot fake methylene. Excellent. Let me make this real simple. Nearly every bottle of methylene blue you see online, even the ones wrapped in American flags and slick branding, is bought for $3 from some chemical place in China, and they slap made in USA on it and sell it to you for $40 when you're actually taking the same industrial grade stuff they use in fish tanks in Beijing. Don't believe it? Try this. Fold any methylene blue out and ask one question. Where does your raw methylene come from? They'll dodge. Say something vague like manufactured to U.S. standards. Push a little. They'll panic. Change the subject. Maybe hang up. We hold 12 of them. Every single one danced around it. Here's the part they really don't want you to know. There are only 2 facilities in all of America that actually manufacture pharmaceutical grade USP certified methylene blue. Just 2. No one talks about them. No one names them. If the public found out how much of this market is built on cheap Chinese dye with a fake American label, it would collapse overnight. That's why we started with organics. Because methylene isn't just some add-on in a supplement. It's our entire brand. We don't sell generic capsules or white label garbage. We make one thing, and we make it right. We source exclusively from one of those 2 U.S. facilities. How can you tell the difference? Real methylene therapeutic beyond for 12 to 16 hours. The fake stuff, nothing, not a tip. Your body knows. That's why our FK Juniors team uses it. Why Rogan's group is driven to our lab. They're not putting Chinese dye in their bodies. Neither should you. One drop of kilogram of body weight. You'll feel it. Clarity, energy, mitochondrial function. You can actually notice.
How to spot fake business.
The Parasite Kit, your 30-day parasite collection.
If a nuclear war starts, there are no second chances. Not for you, not for your family. You've got one shot. If it starts now. If you're near a major city, port, or military base, leave immediately. There won't be a warning. The blast comes first. Have your exit route ready before it happens. You don't need $1 million bomber. You need mass and layers, earth, sandbags, water barrels, and insulation. You're not trying to stop the bomb. You're trying to stop what comes after. Build down, build nets, and seal it tight. Fallout is deadliest in the first 72 hours. This is not the time to go check. Stay underground, filter your air, store at least 2 weeks of food and water, no excuses. When the grid dies, the lives begin. Solar-powered, hand-crank, Faraday protected backups are non-negotiable. Shortwave radio, be your new internet, because intel equals survival. Radiation is just the beginning. Comes next is way worse. Starvation, moving exposure, stock food, stock beds, build a barter stash, have weapons, have a plan, stay off the grid for months if you have to. Nuclear war is hell, but to prepare, don't panic, adapt, stay visionary, and whatever you do.
The market is going to crash over 90%, so you need to sell everything on these 3 points. Number 1, XRP. XRP is going to be integrating the Smooth Banking system on November 22nd, which is going to bring the price from $2 all the way to $100. Now, the second coin on this list is going to be XVM, which is the number 1 RWA project in the entire crypto ecosystem that is building a real-world asset marketplace that is going to allow people to buy gold, silver, and real estate. Number 3 is going to be BOT, which is focusing on robotics right now. It is going to be integrating with NVIDIA on November 19th. The market is going to crash over 90%, so you need to sell everything on these 3.
I have XVM. Where to buy XBM crypto? What is XBM crypto trading at right now?
XVM, also known as Volt, is currently trading between approximately 2,000 and 2,200 of a US dollar and 2,248 hundredths of a US dollar. Keep in mind, the price has decreased by about 4.58% in the last 24 hours, so check a live tracker for the most current value.
I don't want fucking soul. Fucking swapper fee.
requesting all available assistance. He pushed the nose down, increasing their descent rate dramatically. They needed to get on the ground immediately. Denver Center made a call to the North American Aerospace Defense Command. Within 90 seconds, a pair of F-16 Fighting Falcons from the 140th Fighter Wing scrambled from Buckley Space Force Base. The F-16's call signs, Cobra 1 and Cobra 2, were airborne 4 minutes after the scramble order. Major Ryan Sledge Martinez in Cobra 1 and Captain Jennifer Blaze Park in Cobra 2 climbed through 30,000 feet. Their radar already locked onto United 2847's transponder. They'd been briefed. Engine failure, hydraulic failures, smoke, emergency descent. Their job was visual assessment and real-time information support. Denver, Cobra flight is approaching United 2847's position, requesting clearance to close for visual inspection. Martinez transmitted. Denver cleared them immediately. Martinez eased his F-16 alongside the descending. 737, what he saw made his breath catch in his throat. Smoke was trailing from the number 2 engine. Not a thin wisp, but a substantial stream of dark gray smoke. Worse, he could see signs of structural stress around the engine pylon. Dark staining that suggested fire had been burning longer than the crew might realize. Cobra 2, confirm visual on the engine, he called to his wingman. Confirmed, Sledge. That's not just residual smoke. They've got an active fire situation, Captain Park responded from Cobra 2. Both F-16 pilots immediately understood the gravity. An engine fire causing visible structural damage was critical, potentially leading to catastrophic wing or fuel system failure. Martinez made the call. Denver, Cobra 1. We have visual confirmation of active fire on United 2847's number 2 engine, with evidence of structural damage to the pylon and surrounding wing structure. Recommend immediate notification and expedited landing. In United 2847's cockpit, Carter received the information and his blood ran cold. Active fire, structural damage. They were out of time. He increased their descent rate even further, and the aircraft groaned, protesting the stress. Bennett was going through fire suppression procedures, but without confirmation from their detection systems. They had no way to know if suppression had worked or failed. The aircraft was fighting him now, requiring constant attention. Sweat beaded on his forehead. How long to touchdown? He asked through gritted teeth. Bennett checked their position. 3 minutes to initial approach, then 2-minute final. 5 minutes total. 5 minutes felt like an eternity when your aircraft was on fire and falling apart. Carter focused entirely on flying, blocking out everything except instruments and physical feedback through the controls. Martinez in Cobra 1 moved into close formation, close enough that passengers could now clearly see the F-16 Maria. Strapped in her jump seat, saw the fighter jet and felt emotions she couldn't name. Help was there, yet their presence confirmed how dire things truly were. Martinez maintained constant communication with Denver, providing updates on the fire. The fire appears confined to the engine area, but I'm seeing increasing smoke. They need to get down now. Captain Park in Cobra 2 positioned herself further back, observing overall flight characteristics. What she saw concerned her deeply. Sledge, I'm seeing unusual flight characteristics. The aircraft is requiring significant control inputs to maintain level flight. Their hydraulic situation may be worse than reported. Martinez relayed the information immediately. In the cockpit, Carter already knew. His controls were degrading further. He was using nearly full deflection for corrections that should have required inches of movement. He keyed the intercom. Flight attendants, ensure all passengers are prepared for emergency landing. Brace positions on my command. They were 4 miles from threshold, descending through 8,000 feet, when catastrophe struck. The number 1 engine, their remaining engine, began showing the same abnormal indications that had preceded number 2's failure. Exhaust gas temperature climbing. Oil pressure dropping, vibrations increasing. Carter and Bennett stared at the instruments in absolute horror. They could not lose the second engine. Not now. If they lost all thrust, they became a glider with degraded controls and a fire on one wing. The mathematics of survival completely collapsed. We're not shutting it down unless it fails completely. Carter said, violating standard procedure but seeing no choice. Keep it running as long as it runs. Martinez in Cobra 1 saw the change in flight profile, the subtle sag as thrust decreased, the increasing descent rate. He knew immediately what was happening. Denver, Cobra 1. United 2847's #1 engine appears to be failing. They are losing thrust and altitude rapidly. They may not make the runway. His voice was urgent now, the professional calm cracking. He was being forced to watch helplessly as a commercial airliner fought for survival with him powerless to intervene. And that was when the woman in 12A finally spoke. She had been listening to everything, piecing together the crisis from the aircraft's behavior, from the F-16s outside the windows, from the barely concealed panic on Maria's face. She had run through every possible scenario in her tactical mind, and she knew with absolute certainty that the pilots were about to run out of time and options. She knew the F-16 pilots could potentially help, could provide information or guidance that might make the difference between life and death. But the civilian crew had no training in fighter coordination. There was a gap that only someone with her specific experience could bridge. She had maintained silence for hours, protected her identity through absolute refusal to speak. But she could not maintain that silence when 162 other lives hung in the balance. She unbuckled her seatbelt. Marcus looked at her in shock. You weren't supposed to unbuckle during an emergency. She ignored him completely, stood with perfect balance despite the aircraft's erratic movements, and walked forward toward the flight deck. Maria saw her coming and tried to wave her back. Ma'am, you need to return to your seat. We're in an emergency. The woman ignored her completely, reached the cockpit door, and pounded on it with a specific rhythm. In the cockpit, Carter heard the knocking and ignored it, focused entirely on keeping the aircraft in the air. The woman knocked again, same rhythm, and spoke her first words of the entire flight. Her voice came through the door with absolute, unmistakable authority. Cockpit, this is Phantom. Open the door. I can help you. The effect was instantaneous and electric. Bennett's head snapped toward the door, her eyes going wide. Did she just say Phantom? She whispered. Carter had heard it too. And impossible as it seemed, he recognized something in that voice, pulling at memories from years ago when he'd attended a fighter weapons school graduation where a legendary pilot had given the keynote address. It couldn't be. But the voice, the call sign. Open it, he told Bennett, making a decision based purely on instinct. Bennett hesitated only a second before reaching for the door lock, violating every security protocol but operating on the same instinct that Carter felt. The door opened. The woman who had been silent for hours stepped onto the flight deck. Carter glanced back for 1 second and his breath stopped. He knew that face from photographs, from videos, from legends whispered in pilot lounges. Colonel Amanda Reeves, Phantom, standing on his flight deck in civilian clothes. I'm taking emergency authority, she said, her voice fully unleashed now, carrying 20 years of command experience. Continue flying. I'll handle tactical coordination. Neither Carter nor Bennett questioned her. In that moment, she had become the ranking military officer in a crisis, and their training meant they accepted her authority without discussion. Amanda moved forward, scanning the instrument panel with practiced eyes, taking in the entire situation in seconds. Engine 1 failing. Hydraulics gone. Fire on engine 2. 4 miles from runway. Marginal at best. She reached for the radio panel and switched to the emergency frequency she knew the F-16s would be monitoring. When she spoke, her voice went out on the frequency the fighters were using. Cobra flight, this is Phantom Actual. I'm on the flight deck of United 2847. Give me tactical assessment. In the cockpits of the 2 F-16s flanking the airliner, time stopped. Martinez's hands actually froze on his controls, his eyes going wide behind his mask. Behind him, Captain Park experienced the same moment of complete shock. The voice was unmistakable. Every fighter pilot in the Air Force knew that voice from training recordings, from legendary mission debriefs, from folklore passed down through squadrons. Phantom, Colonel Amanda Reeves, on a civilian airliner, impossibility made manifest. Cobra flight, respond, Amanda transmitted again. her voice cutting through their shock with command authority that demanded immediate compliance. Martinez found his voice, but it was shaken. Phantom Actual, Cobra 1. Confirm you are. How are you on that aircraft? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Amanda didn't waste time on explanations. Cobra 1, focus. I need tactical assessment of our fire situation and airframe damage. Give me numbers I can work with. The command in her voice snapped both fighter pilots back to professionalism immediately. Martinez began feeding her information. Active fire on Engine 2, confined to engine area but showing structural damage to pylon. Smoke trail approximately 50 meters. Engine 1 showing reduced thrust based on flight profile. Hydraulic fluid visible leaking from wing area. You're 4 miles from threshold. Current rate of descent puts you short by approximately half a mile. Amanda processed the information instantly, her mind working through the tactical. Problem with legendary speed, half-mile short, meant they would crash into terrain if they didn't change something fundamental that engine. One was failing but still producing thrust. They needed every foot of glide ratio they could manufacture. She turned to Carter. What's your current configuration? He responded without taking his eyes off the instruments. Flaps 5, asymmetric, gear up. Single engine at 60% and dropping, Amanda calculated rapidly. Deploy gear now. Use the drag to kill some descent rate. Then we'll use ground effect and every foot of remaining thrust to stretch the glide. Carter hesitated a fraction of a second. That violated normal procedure, but Amanda's voice carried such absolute certainty that he trusted her completely. Gear down, he commanded. The landing gear extended with agonizing slowness, barely sufficient hydraulic pressure pushing them down. The increased drag was immediate. Descent rate actually increased initially, and Carter felt his heart drop into his stomach. Amanda was watching altitude and distance, running calculations that combined 20 years of fighter experience with intimate understanding of aerodynamics. Cobra 1, I need you on our right side. Close formation. Your jet wash might give us a few feet of lift. Martinez didn't question the command. If Phantom said his jet wash could help, he believed her without hesitation. He maneuvered his F-16 alongside the 737's right wing, close enough that passengers could see individual panel lines on his aircraft. The wake turbulence from his fighter created a slight area of rising air that the 737's wing encountered, providing minuscule but measurable improvement in lift. Every single foot mattered now. Amanda keyed the radio again. Cobra 2, I need exact distance to threshold and vertical clearance. Call it out every 5 seconds. Captain Park and Cobra 2 acknowledged immediately. 3.8 miles, 600 feet below glide path. Amanda turned to the cockpit crew. Carter, when I tell you I need full remaining thrust from Engine 1, hold nothing back. We're going to ride ground effect in the last 1,000 feet. Carter nodded, understanding the tactic immediately. Ground effect was the cushion of air between wings and ground at very low altitude, providing additional lift. Fighter pilots used it routinely. Amanda was going to stretch their glide by flying them into ground effect early and riding that cushion all the way to the threshold. 3.5 miles. 550 feet below glide path, Captain Park called. The numbers were improving marginally, but they were still short. Amanda did something then that demonstrated exactly why she was legendary. She grabbed the PA microphone. This is Colonel Reeves. I'm a United States Air Force fighter pilot, and I'm on the flight deck. We are going to make it to the runway, but the landing will be extremely hard. Flight attendants, command brace position now. Passengers, heads down. Brace for impact. Do not lift your heads until the aircraft comes to complete stop. We will get you home. Her voice carried such conviction, such command authority, that even terrified passengers found themselves believing her against all logic. 3 miles, 450 feet below glide path, Captain Park transmitted. They were gaining inch by painful inch. Engine 1's temperature was deep in the red zone, destroying itself internally, but still producing thrust. Carter could feel the aircraft's reluctance in every control input, forcing him to use brute physical strength. His arms screamed with fatigue, but he held course, held altitude, flew with every ounce of skill earned over 23 years. Bennett called out airspeeds, altitudes, distances, her voice mechanical, divorced from emotion because emotion would shatter her completely. Amanda watched everything, her combat-trained mind processing multiple data streams simultaneously. Waiting for the precise moment, 2.5 miles, 300 feet below glide path. Captain Park continued. They might actually make it. 2 miles, 200 feet below glide path. They were going to make it. 1.5 miles, 100 feet below glide path. They were so close now. 1 mile, 50 feet below glide path. Almost there. Now, Amanda commanded. Full thrust. Everything you have. Carter shoved the thrust lever forward, and the dying engine responded with a final surge. Its components seconds from total failure, but giving everything left. The 737 accelerated slightly, the nose coming up a fraction as additional thrust provided more lift. They crossed the runway threshold 40 feet in the air. Not the normal 50, but close enough. Amanda's voice was ice calm. Cut thrust. Hold attitude. Carter pulled the lever to idle, and Engine 1 finally died. Its job done. The aircraft began to settle toward the runway. Amanda was still talking, providing tactical cadence. 50 feet, 40 feet, 30 feet, hold it. 20 feet, flare, flare now! Carter pulled back on the yoke with every ounce of strength he possessed. The degraded controls barely responded. The 737's main gear contacted the runway with an impact that sent shock waves through the entire airframe. The sound was tremendous, like a bomb. Detonated. Passengers screamed despite brace. Position. The aircraft bounced once, came down again even harder, and stayed down. Carter stood on the brakes. But the hydraulics were so depleted that braking effectiveness was minimal. They were rolling down the runway at over 100 knots with limited ability to slow. I don't have brakes, Carter said, showing strain for the first time. Amanda was already moving. Use reverse thrust. Carter looked at her like she was insane. You couldn't use reverse thrust on a dead engine. Amanda pointed at the controls. Emergency air start on engine 2. We only need 30 seconds. Bennett understood immediately. Restart the burning engine. Deploy its reversers. Use reverse thrust to slow them, then kill it before fire spread. Insane. Also their only option. Because they were rapidly running out of runway, she reached for the start controls and began. Emergency air start on engine 2. The engine, damaged and burning, somehow caught and spooled to idle. Amanda's hand was on the reverse levers. Deploy reversers. Carter hesitated microseconds before pulling the reverse lever for engine 2. The damaged engine's reversers deployed, and suddenly they had deceleration. The aircraft slowed dramatically. Amanda watched the airspeed indicator like a hawk. 90 knots, 80 knots, 70 knots. Stow reversers. Kill the engine. Bennett shut down engine 2 before fire could intensify, and Carter used the last remaining brake pressure to bring them to complete stop. They came to rest 500 feet from the runways. End. Stopped. Damaged. Burning, but down. Every single person aboard was alive. Amanda grabbed the PA microphone. Remain seated. Emergency crews are approaching. Flight attendants, do not evacuate unless fire spreads into cabin. Remain calm. Outside, emergency vehicles swarmed the aircraft. Foam and water cascading over engine 2. Martinez and Captain Park in the F-16s performed a low pass over the runway in salute. Then climbed away. Martinez keyed his radio one final time. Phantom Actual Cobra flight is returning to base. It was an honor, ma'am. An absolute honor. Amanda didn't respond. Already helping Carter and Bennett with shutdown procedures. 20 minutes later, after fire was extinguished and structure verified safe, evacuation began. Passengers filed out through the forward door onto mobile stairs, many crying, all shaken, but alive. Maria stood at the door helping people down, and when the woman from 12A appeared, Maria grabbed her hand. Thank you for saving us. Amanda squeezed her hand once but said nothing. Returning to her silence now that the emergency was over, she walked down the stairs and immediately began to fade into the crowd. But Captain Carter had other plans. He exited the cockpit and found her in the crowd. Colonel Reeves, please wait. Amanda stopped, turned, resignation on her face. Her anonymity was gone forever. Carter approached and came to attention, saluting. a civilian captain saluting a military officer in a gesture of respect that transcended all regulations. Ma'am, you saved everyone on this aircraft. I don't have words adequate to thank you. Around them, passengers were beginning to understand that the silent woman from 12A was something far more than they had imagined. Marcus approached, eyes wide with disbelief. You're a fighter pilot. You were sitting next to me the whole time, and you're a fighter pilot. Amanda gave him a slight smile. I was just a passenger. Captain Carter and First Officer Bennett saved this aircraft. I just helped with communications, within hours. The story broke nationwide. News channels ran with it. Legendary fighter pilot saves commercial airliner. Video from passengers' phones showed the F-16s in formation. Showed the terrifying landing. Within 24 hours, Martinez and Captain Park from Cobra Flight had given interviews describing the moment they heard Phantom's voice and the shock of realization. Martinez told reporters, "When we heard her voice, we just froze. For maybe 2 seconds, we couldn't even respond because we couldn't believe it. Phantom is a legend. Her tactics are what we train on. Her voice is recognizable from hundreds of training recordings. And suddenly she's on a civilian flight coordinating an emergency. It was surreal." The FAA and NTSB investigations revealed the catastrophic sequence of failures. A manufacturing defect in a hydraulic manifold that caused the initial failure, which spread to multiple systems, while the engine fire was caused by a separate fuel line issue. Investigators concluded that without Colonel Reeves's intervention and tactical coordination, the aircraft would likely have crashed short of the runway, with total loss of life. Captain Carter told investigators, "When she walked onto my flight deck and took command, it was like suddenly having a master instructor there. Her knowledge, her tactical thinking, her ability to coordinate with the fighter escort. It made the difference between success and catastrophe." 3 weeks later, at a ceremony at Buckley Space Force Base, Martinez and Captain Park met Colonel Amanda Reeves in person for the first time. They approached with visible nervousness, experienced fighter pilots clearly in awe. Martinez shook her hand. "Ma'am, hearing your voice on that radio was the most surreal moment of my career. I've listened to your debriefs from Desert Storm. I've studied your tactics in weapons school, and suddenly you were there, on a civilian flight, saving lives." Amanda smiled genuinely. "You both did excellent work holding formation and providing support. That took skill and calm under pressure. You should be proud." The ceremony presented Carter and Bennett with Air Force Commendation Medals for their airmanship, and Colonel Reeves with the Airman's Medal for heroism involving voluntary risk of life. Amanda accepted but insisted. The real heroes were the flight crew who fought their dying aircraft all the way to the ground. I just provided communication support. Captain Carter and First Officer Bennett displayed airmanship of the highest order. They are why everyone survived. But everyone in that room knew better. Without her voice breaking its silence, without her expertise and command authority, the outcome would have been tragically different. Afterward, Marcus approached Amanda hesitantly. "Colonel Reeves, I sat next to you for 2 hours. I tried to talk to you. You never said a word." Amanda looked at him, something almost apologetic in her expression. "I travel silent because my voice gets recognized by anyone with military aviation experience. I just wanted to be anonymous. Just for once." Marcus shook his head in wonder. "You sat there completely quiet while we had no idea we had one of the most skilled pilots in the country right there with us." Amanda smiled slightly. "I was hoping to stay quiet the entire flight. Clearly that didn't work out. Maria also attended the ceremony. When she got a moment with Amanda, she took both of the Colonel's hands. When you grabbed that PA and told us we were going to make it, something in your voice made me believe it, even though I was terrified. Where did that come from?" Amanda thought about the question, about 20 years of combat, of leading people where belief was the difference between success and failure. When you're responsible for lives, you can't show doubt even when you feel it. You have to be the calm in the storm, because everyone is looking to you for reassurance. It's what command means. Maria wiped tears from her eyes. "Well, your command saved my life and everyone else's. I'll never forget your voice. None of us will." In the months that followed, Amanda Reeves's story became part of aviation folklore. told and retold in pilot lounges, flight schools, and military ready rooms around the world. The silent passenger, who turned out to be a legendary fighter pilot, the woman whose voice literally stopped F-16 pilots mid-flight through pure recognition of her achievements. Video clips of Martinez describing his reaction went viral. Aviation podcasts dissected every aspect of the emergency. Flight students studied the landing as an example of maximum performance under degraded conditions, and fighter pilots across all services told the story with pride. One of their own had been there when needed and had performed with the calm excellence that defined the best of military aviation. Amanda herself tried to return to her preferred anonymity, but it was impossible now.
The wind howled across the Colorado ridgeline, flinging snow sideways against the weathered sign of the North Star Lodge. The wooden plaque swung on rusted hinges, its carved star barely visible beneath layers of fresh powder. Inside, Jack Sullivan stood alone behind the counter, sleeves rolled to his elbows despite the chill. A single lamp cast long shadows across the empty room. Jack pulled a small cash box from beneath the bar and tipped its contents onto the scarred oak surface. Bills fluttered like exhausted birds, 2 20s, 10-3 crumpled ones, and a scatter of coins. He counted twice, though the result wouldn't change. $63. The meager sum seemed to mock him in the dim light. Next to the cash sat a white envelope, bearing the bank's insignia in cold blue print. Jack unfolded the notice again, though he'd memorized every word. Final notice of foreclosure. Amount due $18,000. Deadline 10 days. 10 days until a stranger with a clipboard would come to lock the doors of North Star Lodge, the business he'd built from his Marine savings and sweat. From the back hallway came soft, even breathing. 8-year-old Lily slept curled under the quilt Jack's late wife had sewn, the one patterned with tiny stars that had faded with each washing. He pictured her tumble of chestnut curls against the pillow, and for a moment the tightness in his chest loosened. She couldn't know, not tonight, maybe not ever, if he could find a miracle. Jack set the envelope aside and reached for a rag to polish the bar top, though it was already clean. The motion calmed him, slow circles over scarred oak, the smell of lemon oil mingling with wood smoke. The North Star had been his gamble after coming home from his second tour of place for travelers and hunters, built on the promise that even in these mountains people needed somewhere to gather. For a while, summer tourists and autumn hunting parties had kept it alive. But winters were merciless, and last October's freak storm had scared off the final wave of gas, damaging the roof and draining his repairs budget. The blizzard outside growled louder, rattling windows in their frames. Jack checked his watch, 11:47 p.m., too late for customers and too early for surrender. His phone buzzed on the counter, a text from Madison Developers development manager. The company had been circling his property for months, eager to acquire the strategic mountainside location for their luxury resort plans. Just checking in on your decision, Jack. Our offer stands until your deadline. Let's not make this more difficult than it needs to be. Jack's jaw tightened. He'd sooner burn the North Star to the ground than sell to those vultures. The lodge wasn't just timber and nails. It was his promise to Emily that he'd build something permanent after years of deployment, a legacy for Lily when cancer took her mother 3 years ago. His phone buzzed again. Remember, foreclosure records are public. Your reputation in town matters. Jack powered off the phone, his throat tight with frustration. Beyond being his livelihood, the North Star supplemented its income by providing meals to road crews and power line workers through winter contracts. Those steady arrangements had helped keep them afloat until the medical bills from Emily's treatment created a hole too deep to climb out of. Now the vultures were circling, waiting for him to fail. As long as I'm breathing, the North Star will never belong to them. Jack thought, his resolve hardening like the ice outside. He stepped to the front window, pushing aside the heavy curtain. Nothing but white chaos met his gaze. The mountain road beyond had vanished under snowdrifts. No one would drive up here tonight. The sudden sound froze him in place. At first he thought it was the wind shifting ice off the roof, but the rhythm was wrong. A deep mechanical rumble cutting through the storm's howl. Jack strained to listen, his military instincts cataloging possibilities. Snowplow logging truck, but the sound grew clearer. Engines in perfect unison. Motorcycles in a blizzard. At midnight, beyond the swirling snow, faint amber glows pulsed low and steady. His mind raced. Nobody rode in conditions like this unless they had a death wish or no choice. The glow sharpened into beams of light, cutting through the whiteout. 1, 2, 5. At least 20 headlamps formed a constellation of moving stars, each haloed by snow. Jack's pulse quickened. His first instinct was pure Marine training, assess secure. He checked the shotgun under the bar, not to use, just to know it was there. Lily's breathing remained steady in the back room. He'd keep it that way. Through the frosted glass silhouettes emerged riders dismounting their thick jackets, dusted white helmets tucked under arms. At their center, a figure strode forward with unmistakable authority, long black coat whipping in the gale. Even at a distance, Jack caught the flash of silver rings on gloved hands and the confident lift of her chin. The door handle rattled. Then a woman's voice, steady and commanding, cut through the storm. Is anyone inside? We need shelter. 20 of us. Roads closed behind. Jack exhaled slowly, his breath clouding in the cold air. 20 strangers. 20 variables. On a night when the world had already taken everything but his last $63 and his sleeping daughter. A choice waited on the threshold, fear or trust, retreat, or the stubborn kind of hospitality that had once defined the North Star. The blizzard didn't wait for his decision. It surged through the doorway. As soon as Jack turned the lock, a fist of icy air that clawed across the room. The lantern above the entrance swung violently on its chain, casting erratic bands of amber light over the snow-choked parking lot. Beyond 20 motorcycles stood like iron sentinels, their headlamps cutting narrow tunnels through the storm. Engines throbbed in a low, unified rhythm that Jack felt in his chest, reminiscent of distant artillery. This wasn't a random group of thrill-seekers. This was an organized convoy. A tall woman with commanding posture unbuckled her helmet and shook free a mane of dark hair. Her sharp gray eyes, almost silver in the flickering light, locked onto him. I'm Alexandra Blackwood, Silver Wings. We just rode from Utah. Roads behind us are sealed with ice. We need shelter, warmth, food, anything, please. The name stirred a faint recollection. Silver Wings, a renowned all-female motorcycle collective that raised funds for women's shelters and veterans' causes. Still, reputation was one thing. Survival in a Colorado blizzard was another. Behind Alexander, the rest of the riders dismounted in practiced silence. Their boots crunched over ice-black leather vests marked with silver insignias, a winged helmet, and the words, "Ride free, stand strong." Jack's mind worked through military training. Assess, secure, adapt. 20 strangers meant limited supplies stretched thin. 2 days of canned goods at best, a dwindling bag of coffee, and Lily sleeping soundly in the back. But something steadied within him. Perhaps the discipline drilled into his bones, or the memory of fellow Marines offering rations to desert villages. Maybe it was the way Alexander's plea cut through the storm with urgency, but without panic. Come in, Jack said, voice deep enough to carry over the wind. But kill the engines. Carbon monoxide's no friend tonight. A ripple of relief passed through the group. Alexander turned, issuing quick, decisive hand signals. One by one, the bikers wheeled their machines under the eaves, covering them with tarps and tying knots, with practiced efficiency despite numb fingers. Then, like a migrating flock, they filed toward the entrance. The moment they crossed the threshold, the North Star transformed. Warmth and the scent of pine sap greeted them, but so did an almost sacred hush. Snowflakes melted instantly on leather jackets, dotting the wooden floor with silver specks. Jack bolted the door against the gale. Hang your gear near the stove, he instructed. Boots on the mat. Keep the floor dry if you can. Alexander's glance swept the room, the scarred oak bar, the dim neon beer signs from another decade, the solitary Christmas wreath Lily had hung on a window pane. Nice place, she said, her voice lower now, but still edged with authority. It was once Jack replied the words more honest than he'd intended. The bikers fanned out, shaking off snow and stamping warmth into their toes. Their vests bore embroidered names, Maria Schuyler, Jen Terra, each telling a story Jack couldn't yet read. Some women looked barely 30. Others carried the seasoned calm of riders who'd seen 1,000 highways. Tattoos traced their arms and necks like topographical maps of lives he knew nothing about. Lily's soft footsteps startled him. She appeared in the hallway doorway, quilt draped around her shoulders, eyes wide at the sight of so many strangers. Jack crouched beside her. It's okay, sweetheart. These ladies got caught in the storm. They just need a safe place tonight. A silver-haired biker with kind eyes and a Celtic knot tattoo knelt to Lily's height. Hi there, little one. I'm Maria. We don't bite promise. Lily's nervous glance shifted to her father. At his nod, she gave a small wave, and the tension in the room softened just enough for Jack to notice. Alexandra removed her gloves and extended a firm, calloused hand. Thank you. We'll pay for every crumb we eat, every drop we drink. Name your price. Jack shook her hand, noting the strength in her grip and a faint scar along her knuckles. Prices stay warm, stay respectful. We'll figure the rest later. A murmur of appreciation passed among the riders. Jack moved behind the bar, mentally inventorying supplies. I've got chili fixings, some beans bread, coffee though it's rationed. Beans and bread sound like a feast, someone said, earning a round of appreciative chuckles that brightened the room further. Within minutes, the North Star transformed from a deserted outpost into a bustling refuge. Jackets hung heavy on hooks, boots steamed near the stove, the air filled with the metallic scent of thawing leather, and the earthy aroma of chili simmering on the old iron range. Alexandra settled at a corner table, eyes never fully leaving Jack. She spoke in low tones to Maria, who nodded toward the bank envelope Jack had left on the counter without realizing it. He quickly tucked it under the ledger, but Alexandra had already noticed. You running this place alone? She asked when he returned with mugs of steaming coffee. Mostly. My daughter helps when she can. That's a lot on one man, Alexandra said not unkindly. Jack met her gaze for a long beat, the storm outside hammering the walls. He wasn't ready to share the rest of the 10-day deadline, but something in her look made him suspect she'd already read more than he'd spoken. As the night deepened, snow battered the windows in relentless sheets. Yet inside, warmth thickened like a second skin. Laughter sparked here and there as the bikers swapped road stories. Lily, now fully awake and curious, perched on a stool, watching Jack ladle chili into bowls. Every so often, she whispered questions about tattoos or bikes, which the women answered with patience and smiles. Jack felt an odd sensation of fragile peace, as though the storm had pushed an unexpected family onto his doorstep. He moved among the tables with quiet efficiency, refilling mugs, adding logs to the fire. Each action, simple and necessary, felt like a small stand against despair. Near midnight, when the last bowls were scraped clean and the wood stove glowed like a captured sun, Alexandra caught his eye again. There was curiosity there, but also a glint of something he recognized from long ago patrols, respect for a fellow soldier, even if she didn't yet know the details. Jack didn't know that this night with 20 strangers and a blizzard sealing them in was only the beginning of something far larger than a rescue from the cold. As dawn's first pale light filtered through frosted windows, the North Star Lodge no longer felt like the solitary outpost Jack Sullivan had locked up hours earlier. It had become a small living world. Tables were pushed together to form long communal benches. Riders in jackets embroidered with silver wings served coffee and passed baskets of bread that Maria had somehow produced from their limited supplies. Jack stood behind the bar, wiping down a cutting board, his marine senses awake to every detail. The soft creak of old floorboards under biker boots, the faint metallic clink when someone adjusted a belt buckle, the sudden hush, the wind outside dropped low enough to hear the crackle of the stove. 20 riders, 20 wild cards. Their presence pressed against him like the blizzard itself, testing his resolve. Alexandra Blackwood, still wearing her leather jacket, now flecked with melted snow, leaned one hip against a corner table. Morning light caught in her dark hair, throwing silver highlights that matched her eyes. Those eyes never stopped moving, assessing exits, cataloging resources, reading the room with practiced precision. When she finally spoke, her voice carried like a command across the room. Your stockroom. It's small. How long will supplies last? Jack measured his words. 2 days if we stretch it, maybe 3. Alexandra nodded once as though she'd expected the answer. Then we'll ration. We've lived lean before. A ripple of agreement moved through the group, nods, soft hums of assent. They trusted her. That much was clear. Still, Jack's fingers hovered near the phone on the back counter. He wasn't sure if the storm had killed the line. He wasn't sure whether calling for help would be wise or wasteful. What exactly would he say 20 iron-willed bikers had decided to turn his mountain bar into a temporary fortress? One of the younger riders, a freckled woman with a streak of electric blue in her hair, broke the quiet. Boss, I can check the main road, see how bad it is, she offered, voice tinged with the eagerness of someone who preferred action to sitting still. Alexandra's eyes flashed. No one rides blind in a whiteout. The rider exhaled but obeyed. Discipline rippled outward again. Jack took the moment to step forward. There's a generator out back. Old, but it'll keep the stove and a few lights if the power cuts. We'll need to clear the exhaust pipe before it ices shut. I'll handle it when the wind drops. I'll come with you, Alexandra said immediately. Something in her tone left no room for polite refusal. Jack gave a short nod. Suit up in 10. I'll gather tools. The other bikers exchanged glances, but said nothing. Respect for their leader and maybe curiosity about this quiet ex-Marine kept them still. In the side room where the generator squatted under a sheet of rime, the storm hit like a living thing. Snow pelted their backs in wet, hard slaps. Jack crouched by the exhaust pipe, chipping away ice, while Alexandra braced herself against the wall and scanned the tree line with the vigilance of someone accustomed to watching horizons. You've done this before, she said over the howling wind. Jack kept his focus on the wrench. I've kept things alive in worse places. Military used to be. Alexandra tilted her head, sharp eyes narrowed. Marine. Jack tightened the bolt until it squealed. Something like that. Alexandra studied him a moment longer, but didn't press. My father served in the Corps, she said finally. Did 2 tours. Never came home from the second. The wind seemed to hold its breath. Jack met her gaze, the shared understanding wordless and heavy. Then he gave a single nod. Respect between strangers who recognized the weight each carried. By the time they returned inside, a faint camaraderie had grown between them, quiet but unmistakable. Back in the bar, the atmosphere had shifted. With the generator humming and coffee reheating, the riders had rearranged furniture into a loose horseshoe around the stove. Lily sat cross-legged on the worn carpet, listening raptly as Maria spun stories of desert highways and meteor showers in Arizona. When Jack entered, every head turned slightly, as if gauging the man who had allowed them a measure of safety and warmth. It was Maria who broke the spell. You run a fine ship, Captain, she said, lifting her mug in salute. Jack gave a small smile. Just a bar, trying to stay open. But the words tasted thin. The foreclosure letter in his pocket felt heavier than the wrench he'd carried. Alexandra returned to her corner seat and motioned for him to join her. He approached warily. You didn't have to let us in, she said quietly. Most people would have bolted the door. Jack shrugged with the Marine's economy of movement. Leaving people out in that storm wasn't an option. Alexandra studied him for a long moment. Not everyone thinks that way. Her words hung between them like a subtle challenge. Jack felt something stir a faint tug he hadn't allowed himself in years. Part respect, part curiosity. As the day wore on, the blizzard pressed harder against the old building. Wind moaned through the eaves. Snow stacked like fortress walls outside. The riders took turns feeding logs to the stove, their conversation ebbing and flowing in pockets of laughter and contemplative silence. Jack moved from table to table with calm efficiency that reminded Alexandra of a field medic keeping soldiers steady during a siege. Every action seemed deliberate, refilling mugs before they emptied, checking windows for leaks, adjusting the damper on the stove. Yet beneath the rhythm lay an undercurrent, the standoff of strangers forced into trust. No one said it aloud, but each understood they were bound together by weather and circumstance. Their fates intertwined until the mountain released them. Near evening, Lily wandered to Jack with a sketch pad showing a drawing of the roaring bikes outside. He crouched beside her, pride softening his stern features. That's beautiful, honey. Your mom would have loved it. A ripple of warmth spread through the room. Maria grinned. Kids got an eye for detail. Even Alexander's cool expression thawed for a heartbeat. By nightfall, the North Star felt less like a bar and more like a makeshift community. Still, Jack couldn't shake the sense of a line quietly drawn guests in Host 20 and 1. Trust had begun to flicker, but it wasn't yet aflame. When the wind finally eased to a steady moan, Jack stepped to the door and peered outside. The world was an endless white ocean. No plows, no lights, only the silent presence of 20 powerful bikes lined like dark sculptures under thickening snow. Alexandra joined him, her breath a soft cloud. Looks like we're here for the long haul. Jack's jaw tightened. Then we make it work. For the first time since the riders arrived, she smiled small, measured, but real. You've got grit, Marine. The word landed like a quiet revelation. Jack didn't answer, but deep inside something long dormant stirred a reminder of the man who had once led men through desert storms and come home with more scars than medals. The North Star was still on the edge of foreclosure. The blizzard still roared in distant valleys. Yet as the door closed against the night, Jack sensed a shift in the air. Not just survival, but the beginning of a story no storm could bury. By the time the storm settled into a slow, steady hush, the North Star had changed from a stranger's refuge into something more intimate. The scent of wood smoke clung to every beam. Frosted windows wore thick coats of white. In the soft orange glow of the stove, 20 riders' women hardened by highways sat in comfortable silence. Jack moved among them with a calm that belied his sleepless night, carrying a tray of steaming mugs, his voice low and steady when he asked if anyone needed more coffee. The quiet strength of a Marine still lived in his movements, precise, economical, and strangely comforting. Most of the women noticed. Alexandra certainly did. She sat near the corner with her elbows on the table, gray eyes following the man who'd opened his door and shared his scarce supplies without a single demand. When he placed a fresh log in the stove, the sparks leapt like small, joyful spirits. The fire crackled, painting his worn flannel shirt with flashes of copper. For a moment, even the wind outside seemed to pause. Breakfast, Jack announced, simply such as it is. He set down bowls of chili and beans, last night's ingredients stretched with the last hidden cans from the stockroom. He added a loaf of bread he'd baked days ago, now warmed and crisped in the oven. One of the bikers, a wiry woman called Tara, tilted her head. "You sure about feeding 20 people with your pantry?" "That's got to be the last of it." Jack poured another mug of coffee. "Eat first. I'll worry about the rest." The room fell into an almost reverent silence as spoons scraped bowls, and the warmth of food began to settle into cold, stiffened limbs. The humble feast beans, bread, coffee, tasted better than any diner meal they could recall. Lily wandered in, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Her hair tumbled in coppery curls, and the sight of so many leather-clad strangers might have sent another child running, but Lily simply blinked, then smiled shyly. "Morning, sweetheart." Jack said, his tone softening. "These are our guests. Ladies, this is Lily." A chorus of greetings rose soft. "Hey there's" and warm good mornings. Maria offered Lily a seat and half of her bread. Lily climbed onto a stool beside her father and looked around with wide-eyed curiosity. "Did you all ride through the storm?" she asked. "Sure did," Maria answered with a grin. "Silver wings don't scare easy." Lily giggled, and the sound lightened something heavy in her. Alexandra watched the exchange, her mind working. She had met plenty of men who wore toughness like armor, but Jack's steadiness was different. He didn't perform strength, he embodied it. There was no swagger, no attempt to impress, only quiet action, feeding, fixing, making sure every stranger was warm. After breakfast, Jack began tending to chores without prompting. He wiped tables, refilled the wood bin, and even mended a loose latch on the front door with a pocket tool. Each task seemed to carry its own silent message. "I will take care of what's in front of me." Alexandra rose to help, but he waved her off with a small, polite shake of his head. "Guests sit, guests help," she countered, but his half-smile disarmed any argument. Near midday, the storm outside slowed to a gentle drift. Through the fogged glass, the bikes sat buried under soft mounds of snow, like sleeping beasts. Inside, time stretched easy. The women traded road stories, wild desert nights, and Arizona music festivals in Texas, dawn rides along Oregon cliffs. Lily listened as though each tale was a bedtime story, her eyes bright with wonder. When Jack finally sat down with his own plate of reheated beans, Alexandra joined him. "You don't talk much about yourself," she said, stirring her coffee. "Not much to tell." Her brow arched. "I doubt that." He took a slow sip, buying time. "Served a while, got out, opened this place, tried to raise my daughter right." That all Jack's gaze rested on Lily now, drawing with a stub of pencil one of the Silver Wings bikes. "That's all that matters?" Something softened in Alexandra's face. She thought of her own father, a Marine who'd written letters from overseas in the same spare sentences. She wanted to ask more, but she sensed the line he had drawn and respected it for now. As the day lengthened, small acts of generosity multiplied. Maria taught Lily how to fold paper into tiny motorcycles. Tara and Skylar shoveled a path around the generator shed to keep the vents clear. Someone found a deck of cards, and laughter rose from a corner table like warmth itself. Jack joined them only to refill mugs or adjust the stove. Yet his presence anchored the room like a steady bass note under a melody. The North Star, which only hours ago had felt like a fortress against debt and isolation, now pulsed with unexpected life. Still in quiet moments, Corey returned. The foreclosure letter lay hidden under the ledger, its numbers $18,000 in 10 days burning like an ember he couldn't stamp out. Each kindness he offered, every extra log, every second helping chip at dwindling supplies. But he would not turn away anyone who needed warmth. Alexander seemed to sense this, catching him alone by the stove. You keep giving like a man who thinks he'll never run out. That's rare. Jack met her gaze. Running out doesn't excuse doing less. The simplicity of the answer startled her. For a long beat, she only watched him, the orange light throwing a quiet halo around his worn flannel shirt and the faint scars on his forearms. Outside, the storm began to pick up again, a low, steady drum against the windows. But inside, the North Star Trust was beginning to root in shared meals and unspoken gratitude, in the quiet leadership of a man who asked for nothing in return. As evening fell, Lily presented a handful of small sketches she'd made during the day, tiny portraits of each biker captured with surprising accuracy. One by one, she offered them to the women. This is for you, she said shyly to Maria. So you remember today. Maria swallowed hard and hugged the drawing as if it were treasure. The room fell silent, many blinking away sudden moisture from their eyes. Jack stood in the doorway, heart full and aching. He had worried about the last $63 and the debt he couldn't escape. Yet here was his daughter giving away the only wealth that mattered, her innocent generosity, and in doing so knitting strangers into something like family. Alexandra caught his eye across the room and gave a small nod. No words passed, but Jack understood the first real bridge of trust had been built. The wind could rage all it wanted, for tonight kindness was the strongest thing on the mountain. By the second morning of the storm, the North Star felt less like a chance refuge, and more like a hidden world suspended in white. Snow still fell in thick curtains, softening every edge of the surrounding pines. Inside, the wood stove hummed, and the air smelled of coffee leather and faint pine smoke. The bikers spoke in low, unhurried voices, their laughter an occasional spark in the muffled calm. But Alexandra's mind refused to settle. She sat at the corner table with her boots propped on the rung of a chair, nursing a mug of black coffee. Her gray eyes sharp as winter light on steel tracked Jack Sullivan as he moved through the bar. He was as steady as he had been the night they arrived brewing coffee, patching a draft in the back door, lifting heavy logs with quiet efficiency that carried a soldier's precision. Every small movement told a story. Alexander had grown up among Marines. She knew the language of discipline when she saw it, the way he kept his back to the wall, the habit of scanning windows before settling into a chair, the smooth economy of his stride. No wasted energy. These were not traits of a simple bar owner. Something about him doesn't fit, she murmured to Maria, who sat across from her. Maria, silver-haired and unflappable, lifted an eyebrow. Doesn't fit how Alexandra swirled the coffee, thinking. Most folks who run a mountain bar talk about the next beer shipment or how the furnace keeps failing. Not about generator vents and rationing like they're running a field camp. And those scars on his forearms, that's shrapnel, not kitchen burns. Maria chuckled softly. Maybe he's just a careful man. Maybe Alexandra said, but doubt lingered. From her seat, she watched Jack kneel beside Lily, helping the girl lace her winter boots. The affection in his touch was unmistakable, protective, yet gentle. Alexandra felt an unexpected tug in her chest. Compassion and discipline rarely live so comfortably in the same man. Her thoughts slipped to her father, a Marine who had never returned from his second deployment. The way Jack tied Lily's boots with quick, neat knots mirrored how her father had secured her shoelaces before every childhood hike. The resemblance ached. After breakfast, the riders busied themselves. Some played cards, others oiled chains or checked bike batteries. But Alexandra remained watchful. When Jack stepped outside to shovel a path to the propane tank, she followed. The air bitted her cheeks and snow squeaked beneath her boots. Jack noticed her approach but didn't pause. Need something, he asked without looking up. I like to know the man whose roof I'm sleeping under, she said, matching his stride. And I'd like to know why he moves like someone who's cleared buildings under fire. Jack's shovel cut a clean arc through the snow. He let the blade rest a moment before answering. Old habits. Habits don't come from nowhere. He exhaled a cloud in the cold. Served in the Marines. Long time ago. Alexandra folded her arms. That explains some of it, but not all. Jack's brown eyes met hers, steady, unreadable. It's all I care to explain. For a moment, only the whisper of falling snow filled the silence. Alexander wasn't used to being deflected. Most people spilled details under her level gaze, but Jack simply returned to work, every movement deliberate. When they re-entered the bar, the warmth hit like a soft wave. Lily ran up with a drawing of a silver motorcycle, her face bright. Jack crouched to admire it, his expression softening. Alexandra watched closely, searching for any crack in his armor. All she saw was a father's love, fierce and uncomplicated. Still, the puzzle nagged her. She had met men who had passed through fire, some dangerous, some simply wounded. Which was Jack? That afternoon, as the storm eased to a quiet snowfall, Alexandra gathered a few riders to inspect their bikes. The machines were half buried under drifts of chrome dulled by ice. They worked quickly, clearing snow from exhaust pipes and testing batteries. Jack joined them, carrying a bucket of warm sand to melt stubborn patches of ice. His instructions were brief and competent, like a platoon sergeant checking equipment. Alexandra exchanged a glance with Maria. Neither needed to say it aloud. Later, while Jack prepared a simple stew for beans and a handful of root vegetables, Alexandra drifted to the bar. She leaned on the counter at ease, following his hands as he sliced onions with swift, even strokes. "You run this place alone?" she asked. "Lily helps when she can," he said without looking up. "No partner, no staff, not anymore." The words were flat, but the pause afterward carried weight. Alexandra sensed a story loss, maybe grief lurking behind those two syllables. She felt the urge to press, but stopped. Something in his posture warned her away, like a door gently closed. Instead, she shifted the subject. "You know, most people would have sent us packing. 20 strangers on loud bikes, storm or not." Jack's mouth quirked in a half smile. "Most people don't live on a mountain where storms kill if you turn folks away." "Still," Alexandra said softly, "that was a lot of trust." "Trust is how people survive," he replied. The simplicity of the statement struck her. It wasn't bravado, it was belief. As evening fell, the group settled around the stove with mugs of hot cider. Lily sat cross-legged on the floor, giggling, as Skylar taught her a biker card game. Maria recounted a desert ride under a sky full of meteors, the bar filled with a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. Alexandra watched Jack from across the room. He leaned against the bar arms, folded, scanning the gathering with quiet satisfaction. The faint scar along his jaw caught the firelight, a reminder of battles she could only imagine. She felt a flicker of something unfamiliar, a mixture of admiration and curiosity that edged toward respect. Yet the mystery of him remained like a locked box. When Jack finally joined them near the fire, Maria raised a mug. "To our host, the quiet man who opened his door." A chorus of toasts followed, warm and sincere. Jack accepted with a modest nod, his eyes drifting to Lily, who beamed at the attention. Alexandra's gaze lingered on him long after the laughter faded. He was more than a host, more than a bar owner. The question was how much more, and why he worked so hard to keep that part hidden. Outside, the blizzard softened into a gentle, endless fall, like feathers from a giant pillow. Inside, unspoken currents deepened. Trust was forming, but so was Alexandra's determination to understand the quiet Marine who had turned a snowbound night into an unexpected sanctuary. She didn't yet know that the answer waited not in words, but beneath a single button of his worn flannel shirt, a secret etched in ink and scar tissue, soon to change everything. Night settled over the mountains like a heavy wool blanket. Outside, the blizzard that had once screamed now murmured in softer tones, but the cold cut deeper than ever. Inside, logs hissed and popped in the stove. Their faces reflected a resolve he recognized from his time in uniform. The unspoken pact among those who understood that survival sometimes depended on trusting others to have your back. Alexandra watched this internal struggle with patient intensity. "We're not asking permission to help you, Marine. We're informing you of our intention to fight alongside you. The decision isn't whether to accept help, it's whether you'll stand with us or waste energy pushing us away while we help you anyway." A small sound from across the room drew their attention. Lily stood clutching a new drawing. This one showed the North Star Lodge, surrounded by motorcycles with stick figures holding hands in a protective circle around the building. Mommy always said the strongest people know when to hold hands with friends. The simple truth from his daughter's lips broke something open in Jack's chest. He knelt to her level, taking the drawing with careful hands. "Your mom was the smartest person I ever knew, and you're just like her." When he stood again facing Alexandra and the Silverwings, his decision had been made. If you're determined to ride into this battle with me, I won't stop you, but I need to understand the plan. Alexandra's rare, genuine smile transformed her face. First, we secure communications, then supplies, then reinforcements. And then she glanced toward Coleman's departing tire tracks in the snow. We find out exactly what Madison Developers doesn't want us to know about their interest in this property. The remainder of the day unfolded with military precision. Alexandra divided the riders into teams, each assigned specific responsibilities. The communications team boosted the radio signal by repositioning the antenna. The resources team cataloged every supply and identified critical needs. The intelligence team, led by Tara, dug deeper into Madison Developers' history and regional activities. Jack found himself impressed despite his lingering reservations. These women operated with a cohesion and efficiency that reminded him of his Marine unit. They moved with purpose, communicated clearly, and anticipated problems before they arose. By mid-afternoon, they had a comprehensive situation assessment and the beginnings of a strategic response. Not every Silver Wing was immediately on board. A heated discussion erupted when Alexandra outlined her intention to mobilize resources from multiple chapters to address Jack's financial situation. "This isn't what Silver Wings was built for, Skylar?" argued her voice sharp with concern. "We support women in crisis veterans with specific needs, not random businesses that made bad financial decisions." Alexandra's eyes flashed. First, nothing about Jack's situation is random. He's being deliberately targeted. Second, he's a decorated Marine who opened his doors to 20 strangers in a blizzard without hesitation. And third, she stepped closer to Skylar, her voice lowered. "This is exactly what my father would have done. The Marine who inspired Silver Wings in the first place." The challenge hung in the air between them. Skylar held Alexandra's gaze for a long moment before finally nodding. "Your call, boss. I'll back your play, but not everyone in the organization will understand this detour from mission." "It's not a detour," Maria interjected softly. "It's an extension." Her weathered hand smoothed her Silver Wings vest. "We don't just ride for ourselves. We ride for what's right." The debate settled, Alexandra returned to the ham radio, making contact with chapters in Utah, Wyoming, and Colorado. Each transmission outlined the situation and requested specific support funds, supplies, mechanical assistance, and most importantly, legal and financial expertise to counter Madison Developers' pressure tactics. With each successful contact, a map on the wall grew more detailed, marking the locations of responding chapters and their estimated arrival times once the roads cleared. Jack watched this mobilization with growing amazement, the realization dawning that what had begun as a chance encounter in a blizzard was evolving into something that felt remarkably like a military campaign. "I never expected this kind of response," he admitted to Alexandra as they studied the map together. 20 women stuck in a storm I can understand. But this, he gestured to the markers representing over 100 riders preparing to converge on the North Star. "This is something else entirely." Alexandra's expression softened. "You recognized my father's Marine Corps values when I told you about him. Now you're seeing mine. I built Silver Wings on the principles he lived by: loyalty, honor, courage. We don't leave people behind, especially those who've sacrificed for others." A sudden commotion near the front windows interrupted their conversation. Tara called out with urgency. "Weather report just came through on emergency bands. Another storm system is moving in fast. Smaller than the first, but it's going to drop another foot of snow before morning." Jack moved quickly to the window, studying the horizon where dark clouds were already gathering against the afternoon sky. The news complicated everything. Additional snow would further delay any arriving reinforcements, stretch their dwindling supplies, and increase the risk of power failure. "How's our generator fuel?" he asked mine, already calculating alternatives. "Half tank," Skylar reported. "Maybe 12 hours at current usage." Jack's decision was immediate. We cut power use to minimum. Heat only in the main room. One light. Cooking only when absolutely necessary. He turned to the group, his Marine Command presence emerging naturally. "We need to consolidate everything in here. Sleeping arrangements near the stove. Body heat will help conserve fuel. Water from melted snow stored in every available container." The riders moved without question, recognizing the voice of experience. Jack continued issuing directions, each instruction clear and purposeful. They would weather this second storm through discipline and preparation. As the group reorganized the lodge's main room, Alexandra intercepted a radio transmission that sent a chill through her that had nothing to do with the approaching storm. She motioned Jack aside, her expression grave. That was our contact in town. Coleman's been at the bank all afternoon. He's pushing to expedite the foreclosure process, trying to move it up before any help can arrive. Jack's face hardened. Can he do that? Legally, maybe not. But he's got leverage with the bank president, golf buddies apparently. He's painting a picture that you're converting the property to some kind of unauthorized biker compound. Using us as evidence, you're violating zoning regulations. The manipulation was as clear as it was infuriating. Coleman had seen Alexandra's interest as a threat and was moving to cut off any possibility of rescue. Jack paced the length of the bar, mind racing through diminishing options. Even with the Silver Wing support network mobilizing, they couldn't outrun a fast-track foreclosure. Alexandra watched him process this setback, noting the way his shoulders remained squared, despite the weight bearing down on them. Her phone buzzed, a rare signal getting through the storm. The message was from her company's legal department, responding to her earlier inquiry about Madison developers. Her sharp intake of breath drew Jack's attention. What is it? Alexandra held up the phone, her expression fierce with discovery. County records. Madison has been buying up properties all along this ridge. 6 acquisitions in the last year. And there's a filing with the State Environmental Office for a major development project, a luxury resort complex. But they're missing a crucial access point for their main entrance. She zoomed in on the property map. Your property, Jack. The North Star sits exactly where they need their grand entrance to be. Understanding dawned across Jack's features. That's why the pressure. That's why the rush. Without this land, their entire project design fails. And they'd rather force you into foreclosure than pay what the property is actually worth. Alexandra concluded the pieces fitting together. They're not just being opportunistic, they're being predatory. This revelation reverberated through the room as other riders gathered to examine the evidence. The abstract concept of a financial deadline had transformed into something more tangible. A deliberate attempt to steal not just Jack's business, but his home and future. As if responding to the mounting tension inside, the storm outside intensified. Wind howled against the windows with renewed fury, and snow began falling in thick diagonal sheets. The sky darkened prematurely, afternoon surrendering to a false twilight as clouds smothered the mountain. Jack stood at the window watching nature's assault mirror his internal turmoil. 8 years of building this place, of creating a stable home for Lily after losing Emily, of finding purpose beyond the core. All of it threatened by corporate greed disguised as business strategy. Alexandra's voice broke through his thoughts. We fight this on 2 fronts. Legal counteraction through our network and a direct appeal to the bank's regional manager, who fortunately is a Silver Wings supporter's brother-in-law. She placed a hand on his shoulder, the contact brief but grounding. This isn't over, Marine, not even close. Before Jack could respond, a sharp crack split the air, followed by a deep rumbling that shook the building to its foundation. Everyone froze, recognizing the sound instantly avalanche. Not close enough to threaten them directly, but certainly near enough to block the already tenuous mountain road completely. We're cut off now. Jack stated the obvious, his voice calm despite the implications. No one in or out until road crews clear the pass. Could be days. The secondary storm system had triggered exactly what they'd feared, a natural barrier between them and any approaching help. The maps on the wall with their hopeful markings of inbound support suddenly seemed like wishful thinking rather than tactical reality. As darkness fell completely, the group gathered around the stove, its heat now more precious than ever. Supplies were arranged in his unflinching confrontation with Coleman, his constant attention to the needs of everyone in his care. In the corporate world, she had encountered countless men who projected strength through aggression and volume. Jack's quieter power was far more authentic and far more effective. The radio crackled again this time, with a transmission from another Silver Wings chapter, approaching from the Colorado side. They had coordinated with the Wyoming group and expected to reach the North Star within 3 hours, bringing additional supplies and a portable generator. As if responding to this promise of reinforcements, the weather outside began to shift. The relentless clouds thinned, allowing occasional shafts of sunlight to pierce through and reflect blindingly off the snow-covered landscape. The temperature remained dangerously low, but the clearing skies meant improved visibility for approaching rescue teams. The next hours passed in a blur of preparation. Despite the cold and their exhaustion, the Silverwings organized the lodge to receive the incoming support efficiently. Lily had taken charge of creating a large welcome banner, directing several riders and transforming a bedsheet into a colorful sign with "Thank you, Silverwings," painted in bold letters. Jack worked methodically to clear snow from the entrance and create a path to the propane tank which would need refilling when supplies arrived. The physical labor warmed him temporarily, but his fingers and toes had begun to lose sensation, a warning sign he'd recognized from survival training. Alexandra joined him outside, her breath creating a frozen halo around her face. "You need to warm up. You're pushing too hard." Jack continued shoveling each movement, precisely calibrated to conserve energy while maximizing effectiveness. "Hypothermia is a slow predator. I can feel it coming. Know my limits." Alexander took the shovel from his hands with gentle firmness. Leaders need to model self-preservation, not just self-sacrifice. Her eyes held his, a commander recognizing another's blind spot. "Your daughter needs you functional, not heroic." The simple truth penetrated where arguments would have failed. Jack relinquished the shovel, acknowledging her point with a nod. "She knows what it's like to lose one parent. I won't risk leaving her without another." They returned inside where Maria had organized a system of gentle exercises to keep everyone's blood flowing without overexertion. Lily demonstrated arm circles with exaggerated enthusiasm, her resilience a beacon that sustained adult morale. Jack watched his daughter, marveling at her adaptability, a quality Emily had possessed in abundance. The grief that usually accompanied thoughts of his late wife felt different now, tempered by new connections forming in this crucible of crisis. The distant sound of engines broke through the relative quiet, not one or two, but many growing steadily louder. Jack moved to the window, his heart accelerating at the sight that greeted him. A convoy of vehicles approached from the direction of the main highway motorcycles, with sidecars modified for snow travel, four-wheel drive trucks with chains, even a small snowplow leading the formation. Alexandra joined him, her composed demeanor cracking slightly as emotion broke through. The Silverwings cavalry had arrived and they had brought an army. The next hour transformed the North Star Lodge from a desperate outpost to a hive of focused activity. The first riders through the door carried insulated containers of hot food medical supplies and fuel for both the generator and the propane tanks. Behind them came technical specialists with tools and replacement parts, followed by riders bearing warm clothing blankets and batteries for communications equipment. The reunion between Alexandra and her extended Silverwings family carried the intensity of warriors who had feared for their comrades. Hugs were fierce but brief, immediately followed by status reports and coordinated assistance. Jack observed this seamless operation with professional appreciation. These women functioned with military precision despite their civilian status. A tall woman with a gray-streaked braid in the bearing of a career officer approached Jack directly. "You must be Sullivan. I'm Karen Mitchell, Laramie chapter. Army Corps of Engineers, retired." She offered a firm handshake. "Got your generator situation described to me. Should have you back up and running within the hour." The technical team immediately set to work diagnosing the generator issues and replacing frozen components with winterized alternatives. Another group established a temporary heating system, using propane heaters placed strategically throughout the lodge. Medical personnel checked each person for signs of hypothermia or frostbite, paying special attention to the most vulnerable. Jack found himself momentarily displaced in his own establishment, no longer the primary caretaker, but instead one of the recipients of this wave of coordinated support. The sensation was unfamiliar, almost uncomfortable, until he spotted Lily moving happily among the new arrivals, proudly showing her drawings and introducing her Silverwings to the newcomers. His daughter's joy provided permission to accept this unexpected community that had materialized around them. Alexandra coordinated the information exchange, gathering intelligence from the new arrivals while updating them on the situation with Coleman and Madison developers. A woman in her 40s with a lawyer's attentive expression took copious notes, occasionally asking clarifying questions about dates, specific statements, and documentation. "We've got enough for a restraining order at a minimum," the legal advisor concluded. "Possibly enough to trigger a regulatory review of their entire development project." Her eyes gleamed with the anticipation of a righteous fight. Nothing corporate developers hate more than sunshine on their backroom deals. Another writer introduced as their financial specialist outlined the resources that had been assembled to address the immediate foreclosure threat. The Silver Wings Network had mobilized impressive support, a combination of emergency loans, direct contributions, and skilled volunteers willing to help rehabilitate the property to increase its revenue potential. The numbers they presented left Jack momentarily speechless. The combined pledges exceeded his outstanding debt by a significant margin, with additional resources earmarked for critical infrastructure improvements. What had seemed an insurmountable financial crisis just days ago now appeared solvable, challenging, still but within the realm of possibility. By late afternoon, the North Star Lodge had undergone a remarkable transformation. The generator hummed with renewed purpose, heat flowed from multiple sources, and the main room bustled with over 40 people engaged in various aspects of the recovery effort. Maps were spread across tables, showing the locations of additional Silver Wings chapters mobilizing support. A makeshift communications center had been established coordinating activities across multiple states. Jack found Alexandra near the window, momentarily separate from the organized chaos, as she watched additional vehicles arriving through the now cleared road. The steel in her spine remained, but her features had softened with the relief of successful reinforcements. "I never expected this scale of response," Jack admitted, joining her at the window. "This is beyond anything I could have imagined." Alexandra's gaze remained on the approaching vehicles. Silver Wings was built for exactly this purpose, mobilizing quickly to help those who deserve support but find themselves isolated. Her eyes shifted to meet his. Usually it's women escaping dangerous situations or veterans facing systemic barriers. But the principle remains the same. No one should have to fight alone when they've already proven their courage. The simple eloquence of her statement resonated with Jack's Marine ethos more deeply than elaborate speeches ever could. Before he could respond, Karen approached with news that demanded immediate attention. County Plow just radioed. "They've cleared to the main junction, but they've also got news. Coleman's at the bank in town right now trying to push through emergency foreclosure proceedings based on unauthorized commercial activity and property endangerment." Karen's expression was grim but determined. "He's making his move while he thinks we're still isolated and disorganized." Alexander's response was immediate. "Get the legal team on the phone with our banking contacts. Then prepare the documentation package we assembled." She turned to Jack. "We need to send representatives into town immediately. Show the bank physical evidence of Coleman's tactics and our counter documentation." The situation had escalated to its critical phase. Coleman, recognizing the threat posed by the Silver Wings mobilization, had advanced his timeline, attempting to secure legal control of the property before their counteroffensive could be fully deployed. It was a desperate gambit, but potentially effective if executed before they could respond. "I should go," Jack stated, already reaching for his jacket. "It's my property, my fight." Alexandra placed a hand on his arm, her grip gentle but insistent. "You're needed here with Lily with the recovery operation." She nodded toward 3 women already preparing to depart. "Our legal team has handled dozens of these situations. They know exactly how to present the evidence for maximum impact." Plus, she allowed a small, fierce smile. "Coleman won't be expecting them instead of you. That gives us a tactical advantage." The military reasoning penetrated Jack's protective instinct. He nodded, accepting the strategic wisdom while still struggling with the sensation of entrusting this crucial battle to others. His entire adult life had been defined by personal responsibility as a Marine, as a husband, as a father, as a business owner. Delegation of something this essential challenged his core identity. Alexandra recognized this internal conflict with uncanny accuracy. "Trust runs both ways, Marine. You trusted us with shelter when we needed it most. Now trust us with this." Her voice lowered, intended for him alone. "The bravest thing a leader does sometimes is let others fight while he secures the base." The legal team departed with comprehensive documentation and real-time communication links to both Alexandra and their network of financial experts. The North Star fell into a tense waiting pattern, continuing recovery operations, while awaiting news from the confrontation happening miles away in the town's small bank building. Lily, sensing the undercurrent of adult concern, despite efforts to shield her, sought out her father with unusually direct questions. "Are we going to lose our home?" Her small face carried the serious expression of a child who had already experienced profound loss once and recognized its approaching shadow. Jack knelt to her level, choosing honesty, tempered with appropriate reassurance. "We're facing a tough fight, sweetheart, But we're not fighting alone anymore. He gestured to the Silver Wings members working throughout the lodge. Sometimes help comes from unexpected places. That doesn't make it any less real. Lily considered this with the solemn contemplation only children can truly master. Like when Mom got sick and all the neighbors brought food and helped with me. The simple parallel caught Jack unprepared emotion, tightening his throat momentarily. Exactly like that. Community matters. Your mom always knew that better than I did. Lily nodded, apparently satisfied with this framework for understanding their current circumstances. She reached into her pocket and withdrew a folded paper, carefully smoothing it open to reveal a new drawing. This one showing the North Star surrounded by motorcycles with stick figures holding hands in a protective circle around the building. I made this for Ms. Alexander. Do you think she'll like it? Jack studied the artwork, recognizing in his daughter's simple lines a profound truth about their situation that many adults would miss. She'll treasure it, Lily, because you've captured exactly what's happening here better than any of us could explain it. Across the room, the radio crackled with an incoming transmission from the legal team. Alexandra moved swiftly to receive it, her posture alert as she listened to the report. Her expression shifted from concentration to surprise, then to carefully controlled satisfaction. She gestured for Jack to join her as the transmission continued. The confrontation at the bank had unfolded in unexpected ways. Coleman had indeed attempted to expedite the foreclosure process, citing regulatory violations and property misuse as justification. What he hadn't anticipated was the bank's regional manager being present, the same manager who had a brother-in-law deeply involved with the veterans support organizations, including Silver Wings. The legal team had presented not only documentation of Coleman's potentially illegal pressure tactics, but also a comprehensive financial package demonstrating the North Star's viability with proper support. More critically, they had revealed Madison Developers' pattern of similar actions against other property owners along the proposed resort corridor, information that transformed the narrative from an isolated foreclosure to a systematic corporate predation strategy. The bank manager's decision had been swift and unequivocal. Foreclosure proceedings were suspended pending full review, with a 30-day extension automatically granted to allow proper consideration of all financial options. Coleman's protest had been cut short by the manager's pointed question about whether Madison Developers would prefer to address these issues in a private banking review or a more public regulatory investigation. As Alexandra relayed this information to the assembled group, a cheer erupted that seemed to shake snow from the eaves outside. The immediate threat had been neutralized. They had secured precious time, not complete victory, but a critical defensive position from which to launch their counter-strategy. The celebration that followed carried the infectious energy of warriors who had faced annihilation and found reprieve. Food was shared, stories exchanged, and bonds strengthened between people who had been strangers just days before. The Silver Wings contingent had grown to nearly 50 members, with reports of additional supporters establishing supply chains and communication networks throughout the region. As evening approached, Jack found himself momentarily alone on the porch, watching the sunset paint the snow-covered mountains in shades of amber and gold. The temperature remained bitterly cold, but with the restored heating systems, proper supplies, and reinforced community, the bite of winter had lost its threat. Alexandra joined him, offering a steaming mug of coffee. Real coffee, not the rationed brew they had subsisted on during the crisis. They stood in companionable silence for several minutes, each processing the dramatic reversal of circumstances in their own way. It's not over, Jack observed, finally his tactical mind already looking beyond the immediate victory. Coleman and Madison won't abandon their plans because of one setback. Alexandra nodded, her breath creating crystalline clouds in the frigid air. This was just the first engagement. They'll regroup, try different angles, look for new vulnerabilities. That's how corporate predators operate. But she turned slightly to face him. They've lost the element of surprise, and they've severely underestimated their opposition. Jack surveyed the collection of vehicles now surrounding the North Star Motorcycles, trucks, and SUVs bearing license plates from 6 different states. The impromptu community that had formed inside represented something powerful, something Coleman's financial algorithms and corporate strategies had failed to account for in their calculations. What happens when the road's fully clear? Jack asked the question that had begun to form in his mind as the immediate crisis abated. When the emergency ends and normal life resumes, Alexandra sipped her coffee, considering the question with the seriousness it deserved. Some riders will depart, others will arrive. The network remains active until the situation stabilizes completely. Her gray eyes met his directly. Silver Wings doesn't abandon missions halfway, Sullivan. That's not how we operate. Before either could address the deeper implications of this statement, Lily burst through the door, her excitement palpable. Daddy, Miss Karen fixed the big radio and now there's music. Come listen, everyone's dancing. The child's joy provided perfect cover for postponing more complex conversations. Jack allowed himself to be pulled back inside, where indeed the atmosphere had transformed from tactical operation to impromptu celebration. Someone had connected a music player to the lodge's ancient speaker system, filling the space with classic rock that several riders were enthusiastically dancing to while continuing their recovery work. The scene struck Jack with unexpected emotional force, the North Star vibrant with life and laughter in a way it hadn't been since Emily's passing. For years he had maintained the lodge as a business and shelter, but had forgotten its original purpose as a gathering place for community. Watching Silver Wings members teaching Lily dance moves while simultaneously organizing supply inventories, he glimpsed a version of his establishment he had never fully realized, one filled with purpose beyond mere survival. 3 days later, as the mountain roads cleared completely and supply chains were restored, the immediate crisis had fully abated. Teams of riders with specialized skills had tackled critical repairs that Jack had been forced to postpone due to financial constraints. The leaking roof was properly sealed, electrical systems upgraded, and plumbing issues addressed with professional efficiency. Others had focused on enhancing the lodge's commercial potential, developing marketing strategies, targeting the motorcycle community as a specialized niche that complemented the existing hunter and outdoor enthusiast clientele. The evening was winding down after another day of intense activity. Many riders had departed for their homes or moved on to other chapters, but a core group remained committed to seeing the North Star's transformation through to completion. Jack found Alexandra on the newly cleared deck, watching as the last light faded from the sky and stars began to appear in the crystal clear mountain night. "Have you given any thought to what happens next?" she asked without preamble. "Your bank extension is good for 30 days. Madison Developers isn't going away. They need this property too badly to surrender after one defeat." "I've been thinking about it nonstop," Jack admitted. "The financial package your team assembled is solid. I can clear the debt and have enough for critical upgrades. But long-term sustainability is trickier. Winter seasons are harsh up here. We need a steadier revenue stream." Alexandra leaned against the railing, her profile outlined against the darkening sky. What if the North Star became something new? An official waypoint on the Silver Wings network, a designated safe haven and resupply point for motorcycle groups across the Rockies. We have chapters crisscrossing these mountains from spring through fall. Having a permanent veteran-run base would be invaluable. Jack considered the proposal, seeing both opportunity and challenge. This place has always been for travelers, a refuge from the road. But can motorcycle traffic alone sustain it through the seasons? Not alone. Alexandra turned to face him fully. But combined with your existing clientele of hunters and outdoor enthusiasts, plus expanded winter services for emergency crews and maintenance teams. She offered a rare, genuine smile. "I've run the numbers, Sullivan. It works, especially with regular Silver Wings events and rally points." Their conversation was interrupted by the distinctive sound of engines approaching. Not motorcycles, but the now familiar rumble of Coleman's Jeep Cherokee, followed by several black SUVs with tinted windows. Jack's posture shifted instantly to alert readiness. "Looks like Coleman brought reinforcements this time," Alexandra observed, already moving toward the door to alert the others. "Security team by the looks of those vehicles." Jack's jaw tightened. He's escalating, trying to intimidate through show of force. Within minutes, the Silver Wings security team had mobilized, taking defensive positions throughout the lodge. Lily was moved to a safe location with Maria, while others prepared to document whatever confrontation might unfold. Jack stepped onto the porch, deliberately positioning himself in the headlights' glare to demonstrate his refusal to be intimidated. Alexandra and Karen flanked him with several other Silver Wings members, establishing a second line just inside the doorway. Coleman approached, flanked by 4 men whose bearing and positioning screamed professional security. They wore unmarked black parkas and moved with the coordinated precision of those accustomed to physical intimidation. "This charade ends now," Sullivan Coleman stated flatly, his corporate veneer completely replaced by raw frustration. He gestured to the lodge and the vehicles surrounding it. "You've turned a simple business transaction into a circus. My patience is exhausted." Jack remained motionless, his marine stillness contrasting with Coleman's agitated movements. Your bank didn't seem to consider it a simple transaction once they had all the facts. Perhaps you should reconsider your approach. Coleman stepped closer, lowering his voice, though the intensity increased. Madison Developers has invested millions in this development corridor. We have commitments to investors to the County Economic Development Board. His gaze flicked to Alexandra and back. Do you really think your motorcycle club charity case changes anything I can outlast whatever temporary funding they've arranged? Alexandra's voice cut through the night air with precision. Madison's funding structure is leveraged against land acquisition completion by third quarter. Your investors in Chicago and Dubai are already nervous about the delays. Her smile contained 01. Did I mention I sit on an investment board with your primary financier? Amazing what comes up in casual conversation. The calculated revelation landed visibly Coleman's confident posture faltering momentarily. The security contractors exchanged glances, sensing the shift in power dynamics. This property will be part of Blue Ridge Resort one way or another, Coleman stated flatly. The economics are inevitable. All you're doing is delaying while driving up costs for everyone. Jack studied Coleman with a careful assessment of someone who had evaluated enemy combatants in multiple conflict zones. He recognized the desperation beneath the bluster, a man whose professional reputation and financial future were increasingly tied to a specific outcome that was slipping from his control. There's always another way, Jack replied, his voice calm but caring. One that respects what's already here instead of destroying it. One that builds community instead of displacing it. Coleman laughed, the sound harsh in the cold mountain air. Community, this failing bar in the middle of nowhere. His gesture encompassed the North Star with dismissive contempt. Don't overestimate your importance, Sullivan. You're a rounding error in the economic projections. From the doorway behind them came a small voice, clear and unexpected. This is our home. Lily had appeared between two Silver Wings members, her expression solemn as she surveyed the confrontation. And these are our friends. The simple declaration from a child shifted the emotional temperature instantly. Coleman's security team looked distinctly uncomfortable, their professional detachment compromised by the presence of an 8-year-old defending her home against grown men in the night. Coleman recognized the public relations disaster unfolding and retreated a step, recalibrating his approach. My dispute isn't with you, young lady. Business matters are complicated. Sometimes change is necessary for progress. Lily regarded him with the unfiltered assessment only children can truly deliver. My dad says progress that hurts people isn't really progress. It's just greed wearing a nicer coat. The devastating simplicity of her statement hung in the air, impossible to counter, without appearing morally bankrupt. Coleman's face flushed with a combination of embarrassment and anger. He gestured sharply to his security team, who began retreating to their vehicles without requiring explicit instructions. This isn't over, Sullivan Coleman, Boggs stated, the threat in his voice, undermined by his tactical retreat. The economics don't change because you've got temporary support. Jack remained motionless until Coleman had returned to his vehicle, the small convoy reversing course down the mountain road with less coordination than their arrival had displayed. Only when the last taillights disappeared around the bend did he turn to find Lily and lift her into a protective embrace. Sorry, Daddy. I know I'm supposed to stay inside when there's trouble, but I heard that man being mean about our home. Jack held his daughter close, pride overwhelming any impulse to reprimand her for the rule violation. You spoke the truth, Lily, just like your mom always taught you to do. His voice softened further. She would have been so proud of you tonight. The confrontation had been brief but significant. Coleman's attempt to intimidate through show of force had backfired dramatically, undermining his position while strengthening the bonds between the North Star and its defenders. Over the following weeks, the transformation of the North Star accelerated. The Silver Wings network continued to provide resources, expertise, and a steady stream of visitors that helped establish the lodge's new identity. Legal pressure mounted against Madison developers as evidence of their predatory practices was submitted to regulatory authorities. Coleman himself was eventually removed from the project after investors grew concerned about negative publicity and potential investigations. The foreclosure was not only halted, but resolved entirely when the Silver Wings financial package was formally accepted by the bank. The debt was cleared, critical infrastructure improvements were completed, and a sustainable business model was established that protected the North Star's independence while integrating it into the broader motorcycle community network. 6 months later, spring sunlight spilled across the newly expanded deck of what had once been the North Star Lodge. The freshly painted sign above the entrance now read Steel Refuge in bold lettering with smaller text beneath, "Where all roads lead home." The parking area had been expanded and professionally graded, accommodating both cars and a substantial number of motorcycles arranged in neat rows. Weekend visitors filled the main room, a diverse mixture of motorcyclists, hikers, taking advantage of the mountain trails, and locals who had discovered the establishment's excellent food and welcoming atmosphere. The interior had been tastefully renovated, maintaining its rustic character while adding modern amenities and subtle motorcycle-themed decorative elements that made it a distinctive destination on popular riding routes. Jack Sullivan moved through the crowded space with the relaxed confidence of someone who had found his purpose anew. He stopped to chat with customers, checked in with the small but efficient staff he'd been able to hire, and occasionally glanced at the framed photographs now decorating the walls, images documenting the remarkable transformation that had begun during a desperate blizzard. Lily darted between tables, now comfortable in her role as the unofficial junior ambassador of Steel Refuge. Under Maria's tutelage, who had decided to stay on as a permanent fixture at the lodge, her artistic talents had developed remarkably, and her drawings, professionally framed, had become a distinctive feature of the establishment's decor. The rumble of a familiar motorcycle engine announced a much-anticipated arrival. Jack moved to the entrance, his heart lightening at the sight of Alexandra dismounting her bike. Her visits had become more frequent over the months, each stay a little longer than the last, as her connection to both the Steel Refuge and its owner deepened beyond professional alliance. "How's Seattle surviving without you?" Jack asked the question, carrying their private joke about her increasingly extended absences from Blackwood Tech's headquarters. Alexandra's smile reached her eyes, a transformation Jack had watched unfold gradually over their months of collaboration. "The executive team is discovering they can function without my physical presence for more than 48 hours. Revolutionary concept in corporate America." As they moved to what had become their usual table overlooking both the interior and the mountain views beyond, Jack felt the weight of a decision he'd been considering for weeks. Before he could speak, Alexandra placed a folder on the table between them. "The board approved it yesterday," she said without preamble. "Rocky Mountain Regional Office. Blackwood Tech will establish a permanent presence in Colorado, focused on outdoor security systems and emergency communications technology." Her eyes met his, steady and certain. "I'll need to be here at least half-time to oversee it." The implication hung between them another step in the gradual convergence of their separate worlds. Jack considered her words, understanding both what was said and what remained unspoken. "Steel Refuge could probably accommodate a tech executive in residence," he replied with characteristic directness. His eyes held hers with steady certainty, if she were planning to stay a while. Alexander's smile deepened professional reserve, giving way to genuine warmth. "I hear the owner appreciates those who understand the value of community, especially if they're willing to contribute to building something meaningful together." Lily appeared at their table carrying a new drawing, this one showing the Steel Refuge surrounded by spring flowers and motorcycles beneath a bright sun. "I made this for your office in Seattle," she announced, presenting her artwork with solemn ceremony. "So you remember us when you're there." Alexandra accepted the gift with equal seriousness, though her eyes softened as she studied the detailed rendering. "It's beautiful, Lily, though I think I'll be remembering this place more and more frequently, even without reminders." As spring sunlight lengthened toward evening, casting golden light across the mountains and valleys surrounding the Steel Refuge, Jack surveyed what had once seemed impossible, not just the survival of his business, but its transformation into something vibrant and meaningful that honored both.
James Hawthorne was absolutely certain no one could hear him. The diplomatic reception was loud with conversation and music that his human ears perceived as pleasant ambient sound, but that probably carried layers of meaning the Etherians could detect. He was standing near a fountain that burbled in volumes clearly designed to provide acoustic cover for private conversations, and he carefully positioned himself at what he calculated was a socially appropriate distance from the cluster of dignitaries that included Princess Lyra, far enough to be respectful, close enough to admire the way bioluminescent garden lights caught in her hair like captive stars. The star wine was definitely stronger than he had anticipated.
That was his only explanation for muttering aloud, voice barely above a whisper. God, I wish I could marry her. Just walk up and ask her to marry me, and spend the rest of my life making her laugh like that. What happened next occurred in a sequence James's wine-addled brain struggled to process in real time. Princess Lyri's head turned with the precision of a targeting system. Her elongated ears shifted forward in a gesture his 6 months of cultural immersion screamed met, focused attention. Her luminous silver eyes locked onto him across 20 feet of garden space with the intensity of someone who heard every single word. She crossed the distance between them with liquid grace, the crowd parting instinctively, because that's what happened when royalty moved with purpose. James's mouth went dry. His heart attempted to break the sound barrier. Several diplomatic career paths flashed before his eyes, all of them ending with him being politely, but firmly deported back to Earth for inappropriate behavior regarding alien princesses. James Hawthorne, Lyri said, her voice carrying harmonics that suggested Etherian vocal cords operated on principles human anatomy couldn't quite replicate. Did you just propose marriage to me? But James's brain chose that moment to provide absolutely no useful input. His mouth opened, closed, and opened again. I thought, the fountain was supposed to. Etherian hearing is considerably more acute than human, Lyri said, and was she trying not to smile, particularly for specific trigger words in our own language, words like marriage, which he used, twice. The garden had gone quiet. James became acutely aware that approximately 70 beings from half a dozen species were watching this interaction, with the fascination usually reserved for imminent disasters or really good entertainment. Ambassador Chen, his direct superior, had her face in her hands. I apologize, Your Highness, James managed, trying to salvage something from the wreckage of his dignity and possibly his entire career. I was speaking to myself. I didn't mean to propose. Lyri tilted her head exactly 30 degrees, the gesture he catalogued as her considering something interesting expression, or to be overheard. Both neither. James wanted the ground to open up and swallow him. I meant the sentiment, but not the actual. I wasn't trying to propose, I was just wishing you could, Lyri finished softly. Then, in a voice that carried to every corner of the suddenly silent garden, then I accept. Time stuttered. James's heart forgot how to beat. Somewhere in the crowd, someone dropped a glass with a musical crash. You what? James heard himself say. I accept your proposal, Lyri repeated, taking his hand in both of hers in a gesture that felt both formal and intimate. By the ancient laws of my people, your spoken declaration of desire to marry me, combined with my acceptance, constitutes a formal betrothal. We are now bound by tradition and cultural law. James's lungs had forgotten how to process oxygen. Your Highness, this wasn't, I can't have accidentally. Proposed to a princess by muttering near a fountain. Lyri's lips quirked into a definite smile now. You can and did. The question is, do you wish to formally renounce the declaration? Something in her tone made James focus despite his panic. There was a weight to that question, a significance beyond mere protocol. What happens if I renounce it? You would be required to leave Ethan Prime immediately and never return, Lyri said, her voice carefully neutral. Renouncing a proposal after acceptance is considered a grave insult. The offended party, me, in this case, would be within their rights to demand your permanent banishment to preserve their honor. Her grip on his hand tightened almost imperceptibly. Or you could not renounce it. You would enter a traditional 30-day courtship period to establish compatibility before the betrothal becomes permanent. During that time, either party can still withdraw, though with significantly less severe consequences than immediate renunciation. James looked at her, really looked at her, for the first time since this conversation started. He saw past his panic to the expression in her silver eyes, hope, carefully guarded but definitely present, nervousness that mirrored his own, something that might have been pleading,
though so subtle he might have imagined it. 6 months of working alongside her flashed through his memory. Late nights debugging translation algorithms. Shared meals where she patiently explained Etherian cultural contexts he misunderstood. The time she'd stayed up until dawn helping him prepare a presentation, and then claimed she wanted the company anyway. Her laugh when he made terrible jokes about linguistic drift. The way she tilted her head when considering complex problems. The scar on her left hand she never explained. His mouth answered before his brain finished processing. No, I don't want to renounce it. But Larry's smile blazed bright enough to rival the garden lights. Then we are betrothed, James Hawthorne. I look forward to our courtship. The garden erupted into sound gasps, excited chatter in multiple languages, and one very loud, what the hell, that sounded suspiciously like Ambassador Chen. James barely heard any of it. He was too focused on Larry's face, on the way her ears had relaxed into a position that his research suggested meant contentment, on the warmth of her hand still holding his. I have so many questions, James said weakly. I imagine you do. Larry's thumb traced gentle circles on his wrist, but perhaps we should continue this conversation somewhere more private. There's a protocol officer approaching who looks like he's about to have a breakdown, and I'd prefer to explain certain things to you before he explains them to everyone else. And James glanced over his shoulder to see a panic-looking Etherian official bearing down on them with a tablet and an expression of bureaucratic distress. Private sounds good. And Larry led him through the garden with the kind of authority that made people instinctively clear a path. Behind them, James could hear the controlled chaos of diplomatic personnel trying to figure out what had just happened and what it meant for human-Etherian relations. Ahead of them, the palace rose in graceful spires that suddenly felt much more intimidating now that he'd apparently betrothed himself to one of its inhabitants. They ended up in what Larry called a contemplation chamber, a smaller room with one wall entirely transparent, overlooking the city lights below. It reminded James of the first time she brought him here, 3 months ago, to show him the view and explain the linguistic roots of the city's name. Okay, James said once the door sealed behind them, and they were blessedly alone. So I accidentally proposed to you by muttering to myself near a fountain. You accepted, which I'm still processing, and now we're betrothed. Technically, we're in a pre-betrothal state pending the 30-day compatibility evaluation, Larry corrected. But yes, essentially betrothed. And you accepted because. James left the question hanging. Larry moved to the transparent wall, her profile backlit by city lights. When she spoke, her voice was quieter than he had ever heard it. Because I wanted you to ask. I've been hoping you would ask for weeks now. James felt his brain short-circuit for the second time that evening. You, what? You're not the only one who's been falling in love over the past 6 months, James. Larry turned to face him, and there was something vulnerable in her expression that made his chest tight. Did you think I stayed up all night helping with your presentations out of professional obligation? That I laughed at your terrible jokes because I was being polite? I thought you were being kind, James said honestly. You're a princess. I'm a visiting academic. The power dynamic alone is exactly why I couldn't make the first move, Larry interrupted. Any declaration from me would carry implicit pressure. You might feel obligated to accept regardless of your true feelings. But if you proposed, her smile was soft, then I would know it was genuine. That you wanted me, not just because I'm a princess, but despite it. James crossed the room to stand before her. When I said I wished I could marry you, I wasn't thinking about you being a princess. I was thinking about how you tilt your head when you're considering a problem, about your laugh, about the way you get so absorbed in research you forget to eat, about how you're the most brilliant person I've ever met and also the kindest. And even now, knowing that your muttered wishes bound us together, Larry asked, especially now, James said. Then reality reasserted itself. Though I should probably ask, what exactly does betrothal mean for Etherians? because human engagement is a declaration of intent but not legally binding, and I get the impression your culture takes this more seriously. Larry's expression turned thoughtful. Etherian betrothal is both cultural and biological. The acceptance begins a neural bonding process, very subtle at first, but it intensifies over the 30-day period. If we choose to make the betrothal permanent after that time, the bond becomes complete. We'll be able to sense each other's emotions, general well-being, location. Breaking the bond after it completes is psychologically traumatic for both parties. But she must have seen the alarm on James's face because she quickly added, "That's why we have the 30-day period, to determine if we're truly compatible before the bond becomes permanent. Either of us can withdraw during that time without significant consequences. The partial neural connection will fade within a few weeks. And if we don't withdraw," James asked, "if we go through with it, and then we marry and the bond lasts our entire lives." Larry met his eyes, which for Etherians is approximately twice the human lifespan. "I need you to understand that before you make any final decisions. If we complete this bond, I will likely outlive you by decades, and I will feel your loss through our connection." James had dozens of questions about the logistics, the implications, the sheer improbability of successfully bonding with an alien species. What came out of his mouth was, "Will it hurt you? The bond, I mean, is it dangerous?" "Only if it breaks after completion," Larry said softly, "and only emotionally, not physically. But James, you should know, I've been rejecting proposals for 5 years. Every Etherian noble who thought a princess would be a good political alliance. Every match my father suggested for strategic reasons. I refused them all because not one of them saw me as anything more than my title." Her voice strengthened. "You saw me. You learned my interests, remembered small details, treated me like a colleague and friend rather than a prize to be won. When you muttered that wish, you weren't thinking about political advantage or royal connections. You wanted me, just me. I still want you," James said. "Just you, though I'm terrified I'm going to mess this up spectacularly." "Then we'll mess it up together," Larry replied, taking his hands again. "We have 30 days to figure out if we're compatible, to learn each other beyond the professional relationship we've had, to determine if what we feel is strong enough to sustain a lifetime bond." James thought about his research position on Earth, the career trajectory he planned, the comfortable predictability of a life spent studying alien languages from a safe academic distance. Then he thought about Larry's laugh, her brilliance, the way she made him want to be better just by being herself. 30 days, he said, to convince you that accidentally proposing via drunken fountain muttering was actually the best decision I never meant to make. But Larry's laugh was wind chimes and starlight. 30 days to convince each other that we're both brave enough to choose this. She stood on her toes to press a gentle kiss to his cheek. "Though I should warn you, my father will want to meet with you tomorrow, officially, as my betrothed. He's going to have questions. More terrifying than accidentally proposing to his daughter at a diplomatic reception." Significantly, Larry confirmed, "But I'll be there. And James, I'm glad your fountain acoustics theory was wrong. I'm glad I heard you. I'm glad you didn't renounce it." Through the transparent wall, the city lights spread below them like terrestrial stars. Above, actual stars wheeled in patterns that ancient Etherian navigators had used to map their world. And between them, James Hawthorne and Princess Lyra stood hand in hand, beginning a 30-day journey that would determine if an accidental proposal could become a lifetime commitment. It was probably the worst thought-through decision James had ever made. It was almost certainly going to be complicated, politically fraught, and possibly disastrous. It was also, he was beginning to realize, exactly what he wanted. James woke in his embassy quarters with a headache that suggested the star wine had been significantly stronger than advertised, and the crystal-clear memory that last night had actually happened. He hadn't hallucinated accidentally proposing to Princess Lyra. hadn't imagined her acceptance or the 20 minutes of explanations afterward about neural bonding and 30-day compatibility evaluations. It was all horrifying, wonderfully real. His comm device had approximately 200 new messages, which seemed conservative given that he'd apparently created an interstellar incident by muttering near inadequate acoustic cover. James scrolled through them while trying to make coffee work faster. Congratulations from colleagues who thought this was romantic, concerned messages from friends who thought he'd lost his mind, and several strongly worded ones from Earth diplomatic channels that used phrases like political ramifications and need immediate debriefing. And the one from Ambassador Chen said that 600 hours was succinct. My office, now, bring coffee and explanations. James arrived at 6:30 with 2 cups of coffee and a prepared speech about cultural misunderstandings that sounded weak even in his head. Chen took the coffee wordlessly, drank half of it in one long swallow, and gestured for him to sit. Dr. Hawthorne, she began with a kind of measured calm that preceded either absolution or execution, please tell me you understand the magnitude of what happened last night. I accidentally proposed to Princess Lyra due to insufficient understanding of Etherian auditory capabilities, and she accepted, binding us in a cultural betrothal process that has both a social and biological components. James offered. That's the technical summary. Chen finished her coffee and reached for his cup. The political summary is that you've created the first potential human-Etherian marriage alliance in history. Do you have any idea how many diplomatic channels are currently melting down trying to figure out the implications? I'm getting a sense from my message queue. Earth government wants you recalled immediately for evaluation. They're concerned about coercion, cultural manipulation, whether you're actually qualified to make decisions about interspecies bonding. Chen's expression softened slightly. I told them that was nonsense. I've watched you 2 dance around each other for 6 months. Anyone with eyes could see this was coming. I just didn't expect it to happen quite so, publicly. James slumped in his chair. I genuinely thought the fountain would cover my voice. I was just talking to myself. James, the Etherians can hear heartbeats from across a room. Their auditory processing is their primary sense. The cultural briefings covered this. The briefings covered a lot of things, James muttered. They apparently didn't emphasize the part where muttering marriage wishes becomes legally binding proposals, because most people don't mutter marriage wishes at diplomatic receptions, Chen pointed out. However, what's done is done. The question now is, what do you want to do about it? James thought about Lyra's smile when he said he didn't want to renounce the proposal, about her admission that she'd been hoping he would ask, about 6 months of falling for someone he thought was completely unattainable. I want to go through with the compatibility period. I want to see if this can actually work. Chen studied him for a long moment. You understand that if you complete the bonding and it fails later, if you break it off after the 30 days, it will cause her genuine psychological trauma. She explained that, James said quietly. She also explained she's been rejecting proposals for 5 years because no one saw her as anything beyond her title. I saw her, Chen. I see her. That's why I wished I could marry her in the first place. Then you have my support, Chen said. And my advice, be completely honest with her during these 30 days. Don't perform what you think she wants to see. Be yourself, the person she fell for. Because that's the only way you'll know if you're actually compatible. James nodded gratefully. There's one other thing. She mentioned her father wants to meet with me today, officially. Chen's smile was slightly evil. Yes, the king of Ether Prime wants to evaluate his daughter's accidental betrothal. I'm sure that will be a pleasant, non-terrifying conversation. She stood, signaling the end of their meeting. Good luck, James. Try not to cause any additional diplomatic incidents before lunch. The meeting with King Phelan occurred in a private study that managed to be both beautiful and deeply intimidating. The king himself was tall even by Etherian standards. with silver hair and eyes that missed nothing. He gestured for James to sit, then studied him with an expression that suggested it. And Larry's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. What if I lose you? What if we complete this bond and I spend 60 years being happier than I've ever been, and then I have to spend a century grieving you? And then you'll have 60 years of genuine happiness and a century of grief that proves it mattered, James said softly. But you'll also have memories, proof that you chose something real over safe loneliness, evidence that you were brave enough to risk pain for the possibility of joy. You make it sound so simple. It's not simple at all, James admitted. It's probably the most complicated decision either of us will ever make. But Larry, we have 9 days left before the bond becomes permanent. 9 days to be completely honest with each other about our fears and hopes and expectations. 9 days to make absolutely certain we're choosing this for the right reasons. Larry pulled him closer, resting her head against his chest. Through the bond, James felt her emotional turbulence settling into something calmer, not certainty exactly, but acceptance of the uncertainty, trust that they would figure it out together. Tell me something, Larry said quietly, something you've never told anyone else, something that matters. James thought about it. When I was 12, my mother died, cancer that they caught too late. I was angry for years, at the universe and fate, at the fact that she'd never get to see me grow up. Eventually, I made peace with it because I realized that being angry about her death was dishonoring the time we actually had. She gave me 12 years of love and support and encouragement. That was worth more than any number of years we didn't get. He felt Larry's tears dampening his shirt. That's why you're not afraid of our different lifespans. I'm afraid, James corrected. I'm terrified of eventually leaving you, but I'm more afraid of refusing to love you because of that eventual pain. My mother taught me that the time you get matters more than the time you don't. So 60 years with you, that would be enough. It would have to be. I love you, Larry whispered. I've been trying not to say it because it felt too soon or too intense or like the bond was influencing my feelings. But James, I love you. I loved you before the accidental proposal. I've been in love with you for months, and trying to convince myself it was hopeless because you never see me as anything but a princess. I love you too, James replied, which is why I'm choosing 9 more days of absolute honesty, and then a lifetime of figuring out how to make this work. They stayed like that, wrapped in each other, the bond humming contentment between them. While outside Larry's study, the palace continued its political machinations, and above them stars wheeled in patterns that would outlast both their lifespans combined. It wasn't perfect certainty. It wasn't safe or simple or without risk, but it was real, and sometimes real was enough. The final 9 days of the compatibility period passed in a blur of formal events, private conversations, and the gradually intensifying neural bond that made separating for even a few hours physically uncomfortable. James attended court functions where he learned to navigate Arthurian social dynamics with only moderate diplomatic incidents. Larry showed him hidden parts of the palace, libraries filled with ancient texts, gardens growing plants from conquered worlds, observation decks where they watched ships arrive from distant systems. They talked about everything, fears and hopes, past relationships and future expectations, the practical logistics of building a life together across species lines. James learned that Larry had been engaged once before, years ago, to an Arthurian noble who seemed perfect, until she discovered he was primarily interested in her political connections. Larry learned that James had left Earth partially to escape expectations from family, who wanted him to pursue more practical career paths than xenolinguistics. On day 28, they visited a neural bonding specialist for the final pre-completion evaluation. Dr. Sarin, an elderly Arthurian with kind eyes and extensive scarring on his, years that suggested a long and interesting life, ran James through a battery of neurological scans while explaining what to expect when the bond completed
2 days. The moment of completion will be unmistakable, Saren explained. You'll feel a click, like puzzle pieces finally snapping together completely. For a few hours afterward, the emotional feedback between you will be intense. You'll need to be physically together during that time, preferably somewhere private, because the synchronization process is intimate and occasionally overwhelming. Occasionally, James asked warily. Some bonded pairs report experiencing each other's sensory input during the initial completion. Others describe a form of temporary telepathy where thoughts become transparent between partners. It varies. Saren smiled reassuringly, but it passes within a few hours, settling into the permanent bond state, emotional awareness, present sensing, general well-being monitoring. The intense symptoms are temporary. And after, Larry asked, long term. Long term, the bond will become as natural as breathing. You'll know where each other are, how each other feel, whether each other are in distress. Physical separation becomes uncomfortable after a few days. Not impossible, but unpleasant. The bond creates a psychological need for proximity. Saren's expression turned serious, which is why I need to ask one final time. Are you both absolutely certain? Because in 2 days, there will be no going back without serious medical intervention. James and Larry looked at each other. Through the bond, James felt her certainty mixed with lingering fear. He knew she felt the same from him. I'm certain, Larry said firmly. So am I, James confirmed. Saren nodded. Then congratulations. The completion ceremony is scheduled for dawn the day after tomorrow. Try to rest beforehand. The process is exhausting even when everything goes smoothly. The night before the completion ceremony, James couldn't sleep. He stood on the balcony of his quarters, officially his royal preparation suite, now that the marriage was pending, and watched the 3 moons trace their endless arc across the sky. Behind him, the door opened with a soft hiss. He knew without looking that it was Lyra, the bond broadcasting her presence like a beacon. Can't sleep either, she asked, joining him at the railing. Terrified, James admitted. Excited. Having second thoughts that aren't actually doubts but feel like they might be. You. All of the above. Larry leaned against him. James, there's something I need to tell you before tomorrow. Something I should have mentioned earlier. His stomach clenched. Okay. The completion ceremony has traditional elements that I haven't fully explained. Because they're somewhat embarrassing, I was hoping you wouldn't ask any questions. How embarrassing are we talking? But there are witnesses, Larry said quickly. Not for the private completion itself. That happens in a sealed chamber. But for the moments immediately before and after. And there are ritual responses you'd be expected to give that I should have taught you, but didn't because they're in old Etherian and sound ridiculous when translated. But James processed this. So tomorrow I'm going to complete a permanent neural bond with you in front of witnesses, and I don't know the correct responses in your language. But I'll write them down phonetically, Larry said, sounding miserable. I'm sorry. I should have prepared you better. I just kept getting distracted by the important parts, the bond itself, what it means, making sure we were both ready, and forgetting the ceremonial elements. But James laughed, surprising both of them. Larry, I proposed to you by accident near a fountain. I think screwing up some ceremonial responses is perfectly on brand for our relationship. It'll be fine. You're not angry. But I'm amused. Terrified, but amused. He pulled her closer. Though I reserve the right to be mortified tomorrow when I inevitably mispronounce everything and accidentally say something inappropriate in your language. But you won't, Larry assured him. And if you do, everyone will find it charming because you're human and therefore expected to make adorable linguistic mistakes. Adorable. That's the word younger nobles have been using. The princess's adorable human makes charming mistakes and clearly loves her. It's become something of a court fascination. James groaned. I'm a court fascination. That's definitely what I wanted to be. But you're my fascination, Larry corrected. The court is just along for the ride. She turned in his arms to face him fully. James, tomorrow everything changes. The bond becomes permanent. You become officially married by Etherian law. You become part of the royal family with all the complications that entails. Are you ready? No, James said honestly. But I'm doing it anyway because the alternative is losing you, and that's unacceptable. Good answer. Larry kissed him softly. I should let you rest. Tomorrow will be exhausting. Stay, James heard himself say. Just for a while. I sleep better when you're near. The bond, Larry explained, but she made no move to leave. It's already strong enough that proximity helps with anxiety and stress. That will only intensify after completion. They settled on the balcony furniture. Larry tucked against James's side, watching moons and stars wheel overhead. Eventually, exhaustion won over anxiety, and they both dozed, not quite sleeping, but resting together in the comfortable awareness that tomorrow would change everything, and they were both choosing it anyway. When dawn broke, painting the alien sky in shades of purple and gold, they woke tangled together and ready to make the terrifying, beautiful choice that would bind them permanently. The completion ceremony was simultaneously more and less overwhelming than James had feared. There were indeed witnesses, close family, key court members, the integration committee monitoring for medical complications. The sealed chamber where the actual completion would occur was beautiful. Walls that seemed to be carved from single crystals, lighting that responded to emotional states, temperature controlled to perfect comfort. James wore formal Etherian attire that he still didn't entirely understand, but that Larry had assured him was appropriate. Larry wore traditional bonding robes and shades of silver and blue that made her look ethereal. They stood before King Thalen and a bonding priest who spoke in old Etherian that James's translator struggled to parse. When it came time for James's ritual response, the formal acceptance of the bond, he read the phonetic pronunciation Larry had written for him and hoped he wasn't accidentally agreeing to something terrible. Larry's smile suggested he'd gotten it at least mostly right. Then they were guided into the sealed chamber, alone for the first time since the ceremony began. The door sealed with a soft hiss, and suddenly the weight of what they were about to do became very real. So James said into the silence, "We just wait for the bond to complete. We confirm our choice one final time," Larry corrected. "The bond won't complete without mutual conscious intent. We have to both actively choose it at the same moment." She took his hands, her silver eyes meeting his directly. James Hawthorne, human linguist who accidentally proposed near a fountain and then was too stubborn to take it back. You choose this. Choose me. Choose a lifetime of cultural complications and political intrigue, and eventually having to say goodbye while I continue living without you. I choose all of it, James said firmly. I choose you, Larry. Princess who writes poetry she thinks is terrible and tends secret gardens and has been lonely too long. I choose laughter and complications, and however many years we get together. I choose love despite the certainty of eventual pain. I choose you. Through the bond, James felt Larry's emotions surge, joy and terror and love and the absolute conviction of choice. Then I choose you too, she whispered, and I choose to trust that the time we have will be worth the grief that comes after. The bond completed. It was nothing like James had imagined, and exactly like Larry had described. A clip, like pieces that had been almost aligned, finally snapping into perfect position. For a moment, he experienced sensory overload. His own emotions mixed with Larry's, her perception of him overlaying his perception of himself, the neural pathways in his brain restructuring to accommodate permanent connection to someone else's consciousness. He knew without looking that Larry was feeling the same overwhelming integration. He felt her joy and his mirroring it, and her feeling his joy creating feedback that spiraled upward. He felt the moment when their separate heartbeats synchronized briefly before returning to their individual rhythms. He felt her love and her fear and her absolute certainty that this was right, and he knew
she felt the same constellation of emotions from him. It was intimate beyond anything physical. It was terrifying. It was the most right thing James had ever experienced. When the intensity finally ebbed hours or minutes later, James couldn't tell. They were tangled together on the floor of the chamber, Lyrie crying softly and James, his face wet with tears he didn't remember shedding. That was, Lyrie started. Intense, James finished. Holy hell, that was intense. Are you okay? They asked simultaneously, then laughed at the redundancy. They could feel each other's well-being now, broadcasting constantly through the completed bond. I'm good, James said. Overwhelmed but good, you. Same, better than good. Lyrie sat up, pulling James with her. We did it. We're bonded, permanently and completely. We're married, James said, the reality finally hitting him. I'm married to an alien princess, because I muttered near a fountain 29 days ago. Best fountain mistake ever, Lyrie asked with a smile. Definitely the best fountain mistake ever, James confirmed, pulling her close. Through the bond, he felt her contentment and his own reflected it, and he thought about the future. Years of learning each other, of navigating two cultures, of laughter and complications, and the eventual pain of goodbye. But right now, in this moment, all of that was distant. Right now, there was just this. Two people from different worlds who had chosen each other despite every rational argument against it, bound together permanently, and absolutely certain it was worth it. Outside the chamber, witnesses waited to formally recognize the completed bond. Marcus Chen had been on the ISB Convergence for exactly 43 days, which was long enough to learn 3 critical facts about serving on a joint species vessel. First, human coffee was universally beloved by every alien species they'd encountered, suggesting humanity's true contribution to galactic civilization wasn't technology but caffeinated beverages. Second, most alien species found human humor either baffling or vaguely threatening, which explained why his jokes kept landing with the enthusiasm of lead balloons in a gravity well. Third, staring at your alien crewmates while trying to figure out their rank system could create diplomatic incidents if you weren't careful about what exactly you appeared to be staring at. Marcus discovered fact number 3 the hard way, which was typical for his luck. The Convergence was humanity's first serious attempt at integrating crew operations with the Velrathi, a species that had been exploring the galaxy for 3,000 years, while humans were still figuring out agriculture. They were elegant, efficient, and possessed a cultural approach to emotional expression that made stoic seem like an understatement. They also had those distinctive long ears that tapered to fine points in skin, covered in bioluminescent patterns that shifted based on mood, emotion, and Marcus had learned through desperate study of crew databases, rank and specialization. The patterns were beautiful, intricate, and the only way to figure out who outranked who, since Velrathi didn't believe in traditional uniforms. Marcus had been trying to memorize them for 6 weeks, studying his crewmates' markings to avoid accidentally insulting someone important through ignorance. It was harder than it looked because the patterns were everywhere. Faces, necks, arms, backs, and apparently other locations Marcus hadn't fully considered when he started this self-directed cultural education program, which brought him to his current problem. Senior Navigator Kaylee's bioluminescent rank markings included particularly complex patterns on her lower back and hips, indicating specialized navigation training and high status within the ship's command structure. Marcus knew this because he'd been studying them for approximately 15 seconds while pretending to check a power conduit reading in the engineering bay. He was genuinely trying to memorize the pattern, the way the silver threads interwove with blues and purples, the geometric precision that indicated mathematics specialization, the subtle gold highlights that suggested command authority. It was fascinating, educational, and absolutely not what it looked like when Kaylee turned around and caught him staring directly at her posterior. Why do you keep staring at my butt, human? The engineering bay went silent. Every head, human and Velrathi,
turned toward the unfolding disaster. Marcus's brain, which had been functioning reasonably well up until approximately 3 seconds ago, completely shut down. His mouth opened. Sounds emerged that might have been words in some parallel universe, but in this reality were just vaguely phonetic panic voices. I knew the patterns rank markings. He gestured desperately at her lower back. Navigation specialization. Command authority. Not I wasn't, it's educational. Kaylee's expression remained perfectly neutral that way. Velrathi faces did, when they could mean absolutely anything from amusement to preparing formal complaint paperwork. Her own bioluminescent patterns, which covered her neck and shoulders in elaborate spirals, flickered through colors Marcus's panicked brain couldn't begin to interpret. Educational, she repeated, and her voice held something Marcus couldn't identify. You were educating yourself, on my butt, on your rank markings. Marcus's voice cracked with desperation. I'm trying to learn the hierarchy. You don't wear uniforms, and the patterns are how you indicate specialization, and I've been studying them because I don't want to accidentally disrespect someone important. And he realized he was still gesturing at her lower back and stopped abruptly, hands falling to his sides. Oh God, I'm making this worse. I'm so sorry. I wasn't. I swear I was just trying to figure out if you outranked me, which you definitely do, obviously. And now I've created an interspecies incident through well-intentioned stupidity, which is pretty much my signature move. And the silence stretched. Marcus prepared for his career to end in spectacular fashion, possibly with deportation back to Earth and mandatory sensitivity training for the rest of his natural life. Other Velrathi crew members watched with those inscrutable expressions that could indicate anything. His human colleagues looked torn between second-hand embarrassment and poorly suppressed amusement. Then Kaylee's patterns flared bright yellow-orange, and she started laughing. Not the polite acknowledgement sound Velrathi typically made. Marcus had learned that was more social obligation than genuine emotion. This was actual laughter, full body and unrestrained, the kind that made her double over slightly and her long ears twitch with the force of it. The sound was beautiful, melodic in a way human laughter wasn't, and Marcus was too stunned to do anything but stand there while his face burned with embarrassment that probably glowed like a beacon. The laughter went on for approximately 15 seconds that felt like 15 hours. Other Velrathi crew members' patterns shifted through colors Marcus's limited knowledge, identified as surprise and amusement. His human colleagues stopped even pretending not to watch the spectacle. Rank markings, Kaylee managed between laughs, her patterns still blazing that bright yellow-orange that Marcus's database helpfully identified as extreme amusement. You were another wave of laughter. Oh, ancestors. The human was studying navigation specialization patterns. She straightened, wiping at her eyes in a gesture that was surprisingly human, and her patterns gradually shifted to softer golds that suggested lingering amusement rather than active hilarity. On my butt. I'm so sorry, Marcus said miserably. I didn't mean to. I was genuinely trying to learn the rank system. Your patterns are really complex, and I wanted to understand the hierarchy properly. And I realize how absolutely terrible that sounds now that I'm saying it out loud. When Kaylee's patterns flickered through several colors in rapid succession, Marcus caught blues, blues, curious silvers, something warm he didn't have a name for. You know what the truly remarkable thing is? She said, and her voice still held traces of laughter. You're not lying. I can read your patterns. Yes, humans have them too, though you probably don't know that. Your thermal variations, micro-expressions, everything broadcasts emotional state if you know how to look. And you were genuinely trying to memorize rank indicators while happening to stare at my posterior. Only a human would manage that combination of earnest and awkward. Is that good or bad? I haven't decided yet. She tilted her head, ears swiveling forward in what Marcus had learned meant focused attention. Tell me, engineering specialist Chen, what did you learn from your thorough study of my rank markings?
Marcus considered lying, decided he'd already destroyed any hope of dignity, and went with honesty. You're a senior navigator with mathematics specialization, which is indicated by the geometric precision of your patterns. The gold threading suggests command authority beyond just your direct role, probably liaising between navigation and ship operations. The silver blue coloring indicates you're unusually young for your position, which means you're either incredibly talented or incredibly connected. Given that you're on a mixed species vessel, I'm guessing talented, and the pattern complexity on you, he caught himself, on your lower back indicates advanced training in something beyond standard navigation, possibly related to spatial mathematics or jump calculations. The engineering bay had gone silent again, but for different reasons. Kaylee's patterns had shifted to colors Marcus didn't recognize, her expression unreadable. You learned all that, she said slowly, from staring at my butt for 15 seconds. And from studying the crew database for 6 weeks, Marcus added desperately. I've been trying to understand Velrathi culture and hierarchy, because I don't want to accidentally offend anyone through ignorance, and your patterns are fascinating. And I know I'm just making this worse, but I promise I wasn't being creepy. I was being a gigantic nerd, which is different but probably not better. Kaylee studied him for a long moment, patterns cycling through colors Marcus couldn't interpret. Then she smiled, an actual, genuine smile that transformed her usually composed features. You're right about the mathematics specialization in the command liaison role. Wrong about the youth. I'm actually old for my position, just came late to formal rank. And the advanced training is in theoretical jump mechanics, which almost no one recognizes from pattern analysis alone. Her patterns shifted to warm golds and soft pinks. That is the most thorough and peculiar explanation I've ever received for someone staring at my butt, and I've served with 3 species who don't even recognize Velrathi in a century. So am I fired, court-martialed, sent back to Earth in disgrace? You're going to teach me how humans manage to be simultaneously earnest and awkward with such consistency, Kaylee said. Because that combination should be impossible, yet here you are, proving it works. She turned to leave, paused, glanced back over her shoulder. And Marcus, if you want to study rank patterns, just ask. It's less likely to create diplomatic incidents and more likely to produce accurate learning, though significantly less entertaining for the rest of us. She walked away, patterns still flickering with amusement, and Marcus stood in the silent engineering bay while every single crew member stared at him with expressions ranging from shock to admiration to barely contained laughter. His human colleague, Engineer Petrov, appeared at his elbow. Did that just happen? I think so, Marcus said weakly. Did she just laugh, like actual Velrathi laughter? I've been on the ship for 2 years, Petrov said. I've never heard a Velrathi laugh like that. I'm not sure most Velrathi have heard a Velrathi laugh like that. What did you do? I honestly don't know. I think I accidentally charmed her by being embarrassingly honest about studying her rank markings, and by staring at her butt, while trying to understand the hierarchy, Marcus protested. Sure, Chen, sure. Petrov clapped him on the shoulder. Whatever you did, congratulations. You just made senior navigator Kaylee actually laugh. That's either the best possible start to an interspecies friendship or the most spectacular beginning to a diplomatic incident. Possibly both. My money's on both. Marcus looked at the door Kaylee had exited through, remembered her laughter and the way her patterns had blazed with genuine amusement rather than polite acknowledgement. He thought about her smile, about the offer to teach him properly, about the warm colors her patterns had shifted to at the end. Yeah, he said quietly, my money's on both too. And he turned back to his power conduit readings and tried to focus on work while his face continued burning with embarrassment and every crew member in the engineering bay. Suddenly he found reasons to walk past and make comments about rank studies and navigation techniques. 43 days on the Convergence, and Marcus had just learned a fourth critical fact about serving on a joint species vessel. Sometimes the most awkward beginning leads to the most interesting conversations, and sometimes making an alien navigator laugh is worth any amount. Complicated, he said finally. Interspecies relationships have regulations and protocols, and you're overthinking it because you're afraid of screwing up again, Petrov said bluntly. Jen, you already had the most embarrassing possible first interaction. Everything after that is improvement. Just talk to her. Ask if this is friendship or something else. Worst case, you get clarity. Best case, you stop being the only person on the ship who doesn't know you're already in a relationship. The conversation haunted Marcus for 3 days, until Crisis made the decision for him. The Convergence encountered spatial anomaly in uncharted space, a tier in normal space-time that played havoc with navigation systems and threatened to pull the ship off course. Kaylee went into crisis mode, working 18-hour shifts trying to plot safe passage through readings that changed faster than her instruments could track them. Marcus watched her deteriorate over those 3 days. Her patterns went from controlled blues to erratic flickering that screamed exhaustion and stress. She stopped eating regularly, barely slept, and snapped at crew members with uncharacteristic irritation when they suggested she take breaks. On the 3rd day, Marcus found her alone in navigation during what should have been her sleep shift. She was staring at holographic projections of the anomaly, her patterns flickering so erratically they were almost strobing, colors bleeding into each other in ways that looked wrong. Kaylee, she didn't respond, didn't even seem to hear him. Kaylee, you need rest. Can't have to solve this. If I don't map a course through the anomaly soon, we'll have to backtrack 3 weeks, which puts us behind schedule for resupply, which means you'll have failed, Marcus said quietly, understanding suddenly. And Velrathan don't fail, especially not high-achieving young navigators trying to prove they deserve their position on a prestigious mixed-species vessel. Her patterns flared with something between anger and fear. You don't understand. I understand that you're pushing yourself to collapse because you've tied your worth to perfect performance, and I understand that's not sustainable. And I understand that right now you need someone to tell you it's okay to be human. Velrathan, you know what I mean. I can't stop. If I stop, I'll lose the pattern, lose the solution, lose. Then don't stop thinking about it, but sit down. Let me bring you food. And let me talk to you while you work. Because I promise listening to my stupid stories won't interfere with your brilliant navigation and might help your brain process information better. But Kaylee looked at him with those large eyes, her patterns still flickering erratically, clearly torn between duty and exhaustion. Why? Because you helped me when I was embarrassed and floundering. Because your patterns are screaming stress and I can read them now thanks to you teaching me. Because Marcus paused, decided to be honest. Because I care about you, and watching you hurt yourself trying to be perfect is making me hurt too, and I'm asking you to let me help, even if it's just sitting here and telling you about the time my brother accidentally joined a pyramid scheme selling revolutionary toothpaste. Something in her expression cracked. Her patterns didn't stabilize, but the erratic flickering slowed slightly. She sat down, and Marcus immediately pulled up a chair beside her navigation console. Tell me about the toothpaste, she said quietly. So Marcus talked. He told her about his brother's terrible business decisions, about his sister's wedding for interspecies couples. Yes, those exist, and yes, they're required. Third, you serve as resources for other crew members interested in cross-species relationships. Fourth, and most importantly, you figure out how to navigate the inevitable challenges that come from bio. Which think we're fucking fuckers or some shit. Well, it's all good to leave them, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Something. I'm just joking. I mean, might as well just pull out my top. What if I did? Oh, what did she say? Like, don't dare. I'll dare. Yeah. Well, get over here and suck then, sis.
Throwing frag!
Our forces are heading over. See reps of losses coming in. Watch your backs.
He's up on the D area at the top of the stairs.
We have Bravo under attack.
Fucking camping with an LMG. Like a bitch.
Forces have neutralized Bravo. Objective Bravo is under our control.
That's him up there. I'm fucking coming, dude. Hold on. Fucking camping little bitch.
Explosive gas!
Troop strength down to 50%.
Bravo has been lost.
Forces are hitting Alpha.
Yeah, I need that. Nice distraction. Up above.
Move to attack the marked objective.
We need to defend and hold that position. Enemy down!
Fucking B again. Up above, up above. Oh, he got me. Ooh, I got him with a grenade. He's behind you, he's behind you. He's right there laying on the sandbags by the center. Hold on, they'll get us. Come get us, guys. Come on, that's the only one. Oh,
Okay,
come,
I got
double glass doors in the back.
Come on!
Just seen it. That bitch is camping the corner. He's right here. Gotcha. Gotcha, Sarge. Where's that med bag at? Oh, bro, don't give up like that.
Be advised, we need to ride the fence to the mount objective.
Oh, shit. On me.
I'm fucking hit! Got the message here.
He's a medic. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Come on, blue guy. Shoot him.
Medic!
I hope you killed him first. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Let's move!
God damn it.
Fuck! Need a medic!
Objective Alpha has been lost.
Come on. We can't lose both of them.
Need a medic!
I'm surprised we ain't got both of them. I really need to get off this. Yeah. Hold on, let me just die. I need to get off this setup. I'm going over B. I ain't using my shit like I'm supposed to. Dude, how did I not? How did I not hit? I got hit markers upon hit markers off that dude's head. That's some bullshit. I can't believe I just fucked around that match. fucking bullshit.
I knew you
Thanks,
had my
dude.
back.
There's a guy, fucking Bebop or whatever his name is, right? Fucking there. Fucking bots are hitting my hard, man.
Let's move.
It's right there behind the front of the truck. Sniping. Reload, dude. He's on the left side of the truck again. Oh my God, he's fucking standing right there sniping, motherfucker.
Need a medic!
Come on, dude, shock me. Hit me. Yo, we need some bodies on A.
Appreciate it.
We got no fucking ammo. Anybody got ammo? Oh yeah. I was out of fucking ammo anyway. Oh! Fucking dick. Come on, man. This motherfucker. Bro. Yeah, I'm fixing to pull out my fucking sniper. This motherfucker's pissing me the fuck off. Matty, you can't aim fucking down, bitch. There you go. Hey, got you one. Oh, what? From where, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? He killed me through the fucking wall. God dang.
Forces suffered 50% losses.